Have you ever noticed that, for some reason as human beings, those who do evil seem to fascinate us far more than those who do good? I mean, just compare the number of films about, say, Richard Nixon compared to ones about George Washington. Compare the amount you hear people talk about, say, Joseph Stalin to Jesus Christ, or any other figure. It seems that we talk more about those who do wrong than those who do right. Maybe it's because those who do wrong fascinate us because we can't understand it. I don't know. What I do know is that it has made for some very entertaining cinema. Some of it bad, some of it good. Who could tell? First, and today's double feature is about one of the most evil men who ever lived, Adolf Hitler. And first in our main part of our double feature, we have the film After Mein Kampf, which is a film that examines Hitler's rise to power and the threat he posed to Europe. This was made in 1940, and look for a young Herbert Lom as a Hitler youth, and Peter Ustinov, neither of which are credited, but are in the film. Then we have one of my favorite B-movies from this period, Hitler, Dead or Alive, starring Ward Bond as a gangster who goes into Germany with a Tommy gun to assassinate Adolf Hitler. Yeah, it is just as weird as it sounds, I guess, but it is enjoyable. It is an enjoyable sort of spy, sort of adventure film, sort of action film, sort of gangster film. And I have to believe that it was one of the films that inspired Quentin Tarantino's Inglourious Basterds. But before that, we have, of course, our cartoon time. We have an old TV show or two, and we have part 6 of Radar Men from the Moon. And, of course, there will be some surprises along the way that won't be noted in the timestamps. But I really hope you enjoy this stream, and have a great Saturday.
Up in the sky, look!
It's a bird!
It's a plane! It's Superman!
Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound, this amazing stranger from the planet Krypton, the Man of Steel, Superman. Possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice. disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent. Penetrating deep into the frozen wastes of the great Arctic plains, an archaeological expedition searching for prehistoric fossils makes an amazing discovery. A huge monster, as lifelike in appearance as when it roamed the earth millions of years ago in the Mesozoic age, is found frozen in the ice in a state of perfect preservation. Constantly handicapped by the hazardous sub-zero elements, the scientists and their band of tireless workers succeed in removing the mammoth creature from the frozen pit. The ice-encased monster is loaded into the hold of a huge freighter equipped with a special refrigeration plant and brought to this country. Here, in a specially constructed wing of the Museum of Natural Science, this awe-inspiring creature is displayed to the public for the first time.
And you mean to say that if the ice were permitted to thaw, there's a possibility the monster might still be alive? Thank you, Professor.
Yes, Chief.
Lois, there's a new angle on that frozen monster story. Get over to the museum and see what's doing. They've got him in a special refrigerator.
Okay, Chief.
Oh, Lois, want me to go over there with you?
No, thanks. You'd probably faint if you saw the monster. You scare so easily.
Maybe she's right, but Superman hasn't fainted yet.
Ken produces the necessary refrigeration. The control board is downstairs. I'll show it. The entire plant is operated from this board. The thermometer must be watched constantly, as any rise in temperature might prove dangerous.
Cut those switches!
Boy, what a story.
Outside, everybody. Step lively, please. Use the nearest exit. Please, folks, keep moving. We have to clear this room at once.
That's what he thinks.
Police headquarters. Hello, Chief. Send the riot squad. We're in trouble.
Hello, Planet. Give me the city desk. Hurry!
Some men down here. Attention, all cars. Proceed to 5th and Main at once.
Chief, Lois is in the museum.
Better get over there, Kent.
Right. This looks like a job for Superman.
Lois.
Superman.
better get back to your office where you'll be safe. I've got some work to do.
Yes, sir. And this the best story in years? Swell chance.
Lois. Now this time, stay put.
Yes, my lord. And thanks.
You showed plenty of courage getting that monster story, Lois.
Thanks, but where were you?
Me? Oh, I must have fainted.
Introducing, in person, that famous star of stage, screen, and radio, Draftee 158 3/4.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Say, we're going to show you some sensational movies, and they're just chock full of military secrets. So if there's any fifth columnists in the audience, will they please leave the theater right now? Thank you.
America's defense effort. As the tenseness of the world situation mounts by the hour, more and more important in the defense plan looms our vital industries. Vast furnaces at white heat convert the iron ore into defense implements. Here we see the molten metal automatically conveyed and about to be poured. This is the stuff from which tanks are made. In modern blitz warfare, air power is often the deciding factor, and the need for all types of planes has every American aircraft factory humming. Because of their proven effectiveness, various types of British RAF planes are studied and improved upon. In front of us is one of the famous English Spitfires. With the machinery and materials approaching peak output, the need for men to man these machines grows urgent. Then came the draft.
Read all about the draft bill.
Citizen Sugarcane says, "Our open-door policy is responsible for the draft." All over the country, men of draft age scan their draft board lists for their number. and discuss their chances of being called up.
Yeah, I tell you, we ain't got nothing to worry about. We both got high numbers. Your number's even higher than mine. And besides, you're much too short. Yeah, they'd never take a little runt like you.
You and your education.
Draftees are housed in well-planned modern Army camps. Because of the outdoor life and regular hours, the boys develop hearty appetites and are fed plenty of good, wholesome food. Because, as the great General Napoleon once said, an army travels on its stomach. The Army is rapidly being equipped with all types of armament, from the huge siege guns down to the machine gun nest. Even in a modern mechanized army, the horse still has a place. Here are some army horses raised in South America.
La conga!
Our new anti-tank gun is the answer to any possible tank attack. Here is one about to blast a robot tank. Here it comes. Watch the tremendous hitting power of this super gun. The tank is almost in the direct line of fire. Get ready. Aim. Fire! 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 What's the matter? Why don't they shoot? What are those gunners doing?
Mine's longer than yours.
Here we see the latest long-range, rapid-fire coast defense gun in action, shooting 10 million shells a second. Watch. As part of government policy, new machines are constantly being developed. Here is the latest weapon, a land destroyer, 100 times faster and more effective than a tank. Look at that thing go, hurtling through space at 5 miles a minute. Hey, stop and let us see that machine.
Hello again, folks. Hold on to your bridge work, boss. Here we go again.
Thanks. The President orders all-out test of defense strength. The mighty armed forces of the nation respond to the President's command. In the air, flying fortresses, pursuit ships, long-range bombers. And on the sea, our mighty Navy tries out its powerful guns. On land, our tank corps drives forward to the scene of action. Are we safe from air attack? Supposing one day a fleet of enemy bombers suddenly appeared over the horizon. Where are our defenses? Why isn't something being done?
That's all, folks. Man the guns. Fire when ready. You practice well since your Uncle Popeye's been away. But it's time to get to bed now.
Tell us a bedtime story, Uncle Popeye. We ain't tired yet. We want a story.
All right. Get ready for bed and I'll tell you your story.
Once upon a time,
There was a big red hooding ride who sat on a muffet and said, "Oh, Grandma, what big feet you got." So he chopped off his head with a giant beanstalk and they lived happy ever after. Come on, you gotta go to bed now.
we were robbed. That's no story. Tired. That ain't fair. Can't do that. Oh, sleepy. That's no story. Less olive oil, and sweet pea, and wind pea, and blue toe, and Popeye. And all the people that come to see our pictures.
Good night.
Good morning, Mr. Seal. Good morning. Good morning. Who do you think you are?
Beans is the name. One of the Boston beans.
Good morning, Mr. Hardy.
Quiet. Camera. Action.
No rattler could rip her, no python could nip her, for she was a last word in class. Sweet Flossie Farmer, the lovely snake charmer, who fell for a snake in the grass.
She shunned all the geezers on flying trapezers and led all the acrobats past. The sweet Flossie Farmer, the lovely snake charmer,
Went boom for a snake in the grass.
Beans is the name. One of the Boston beans.
Hear ye, hear ye. The case of Bluto versus Popeye the Sailor. Judge Wimpy presiding.
Bluto, party of the first part, being brutally beaten on several occasions by Popeye the Sailor, party of the second part, charges him with assault and battery.
Your Honor, I'm innocent.
Order in the court. The plaintiff will now state his case.
Well, Your Honor, the first time Popeye beat me up, my girlfriend Olive Oil was in trouble, and I tried to help her. And he always beats me up for doing nothing.
Your Honor, he's lying.
Order in the court. Has the plaintiff any further testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. Another time, Popeye was acting like a madman, and he almost killed me. So you see, Your Honor, I ain't safe with that Popeye around.
Very touching indeed. Have you anything to say before I pronounce sentence?
Yes, Your Honor, I has a lots to say. One day, me and me sweetheart Olive Oil was sitting in the theater enjoying the show.
For this trick, I need volunteer. This is a big deal, so keep your eyes on the cards. Abracadabra, 1, 2, 3. No cards, see? Observe. Nothing up my sleeve.
There's something tricky about this, Iggy. Where'd them cards go?
Right here.
Hey, you can't make a jackass out of me.
And now I will hypnotize a charming cherub. Abracadabra, shalom aleichem. Ore, orit. Approach me. my sweet?
He's gone far enough with that hypno stuff. Hey, Olive, watch your step.
Help! Somebody! Get me a parachute! Something! Anything! Popeye! This high attitude is killing me!
Abracadabra. And that, Your Honor, is the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Popeye, I find you not guilty. Case dismissed.
That ain't justice.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. Tonight the muses sing, and we hearken to Pan as with sweetly piping lute he wins us through a delightful phantasmagoria with the deathless heroes of legend and history and the entrancing figures of fiction and fantasy. And first among our illustrious hosts, we want you to meet
Boom, 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 boom. boom, boom.
If your rhythm's been too dreamy, if your rhythm's been too dreamy, and you like your trumpet screaming, and you like your trumpet screaming, that's when you should call to see me, 'cause I've got swing for sale. If you think a waltz is horrid, and you like your rhythm torrid, till it makes you mop your forehead, I've got swing for sale. Rhythm's what this country needs. For years and years I've said, if you buy from me, it's COD. I sell swing, but not for credit.
Boom, 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 boom.
When I was a child, I thought quite a lot of the famous people in the storybooks I got. As I grew in size, so did I grow wise, and I've learned some things that really opened up my eyes. But in spite of everything I learned, there's one old guy who still is high as far as I'm concerned.
Old King Cole, am a merry old soul.
But the old boy loves to have his fling.
Old King Cole, I'm a merry old soul.
But he waved his scepter with a swing. Here is a man who never fooled around, but daily he mixes tea. And now he's up yonder with a ring around.
They called for Mr. Christian and went on a mutiny.
Old King Cole is a noisy old soul.
Because he had his fling, and because he liked to swing.
I went down in history.
So perhaps there's a chance for me.
Have you got any castles that you want to build, baby?
Such a lack of good manners, you should swallow my book, Henry.
I'll get out my scissors then cut.
Have you got any mortgages you want to have paid, baby?
After all my adventures are through.
I love
Help! Help! Jailbreak! Help!
Why don't they let me sleep? This is your town crier again. The music fades and the departing celebrants bid us adieu, happy with the memories of the Bookland frolic. All is well. All is well.
And now stand by for adventure.
3, 2, 1.
In the exciting story of the Lunar Luger.
It's midnight on 00 Island. One by one, the lights in Scratch's cave, Squeak's cozy cottage, and Colonel Bleep's secret laboratory blink off for the night. Only the watchful eye of the powerful radar scope remains on guard. But on distant Pluto, far beyond the range of the radar scope, Dr. Destructo's fortress stronghold is aglow with eerie light. Inside, this crafty culprit gloats with glee as he tests his newly invented Lunar Luger. Destructo is sure his super weapon, with its forceful ray of condensed moon power, will prove more than a match for Bleep's mighty futomic energy.
At last, I have harnessed the power of the moon. Tomorrow, Bleep and his space deputies will die.
At dawn, 00 Island springs to life. Space deputies, fall in. Space deputies, man your craft. Space deputies, blast off. Once again, Squeak and Scratch are off on their morning space patrol. Little do they know, however, that at this very moment, the sinister saucer of the evil Destructo lurks in ambush, only minutes away. And look, this time, the villain is armed with his powerful Lunar Luger. Sizzling Saturn! Bleep's deputies won't have a chance! Stop, fellas! Go back! This is no ordinary weapon! Stop! Stop! It's too late! The scooter is dead in Destructo's gun sight! Squeak and Scratch are trapped! Their space scooter is locked in space by moon power!
Aha, my friends! You are now in my power, moon power! With one more blast, I shall guide your space scooter to smash it on the mountains of the moon far below.
Unknown to the villain, however, while he bragged of his super weapon, little Squeak had switched on the spaceophone, and Colonel Bleep heard every word.
You are in my power, moon power.
Moon power? Bleep speeds to the rescue. But is the Colonel's futomic energy supply strong enough to free his helpless friends? Already Squeak and Scratch are plunging headlong towards certain death. Hurry, Bleep! Hurry! There they are. With careful aim, Bleep fires a mighty bolt of futomic energy. He did it! He stopped the fall! But Destructo's Lunar Luger barks again. Now Bleep replies. They're free! Futomic energy has won again! Hooray! But Colonel Bleep knows
that war with Destructo must go on. Must go on until this master criminal and his deadly lunar lucre are destroyed forever.
Down by the old mill stream, there's a shady fishing pool, where lads find time to drop a line before they go to school.
We go to school for knowledge, we study and recite, and this is how we always start our day out right. Chest out, stomach in, that's the way you should begin. A little brushing here and there is beneficial to the hair.
Children now are very wise. They do a dental exercise with your fingers, not your thumb. Practice to massage your gums. First above and then beneath. Takes good care of all your teeth.
Keep in mind this little rhyme and keep your teeth a long, long time.
School's dismissed.
Come on, Bobby. Have a Sunday.
I can't. My father won't let me.
Well, then, let's go fishing.
No, my father won't let me.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gee. You're cute as you can be.
You poor little dog. You come on home with me. My daddy won't let me have a dog. I'll clean you up all nice and bright. Then he'll think you're quite all right. Soap and water will make you neat. Then I'm gonna brush your teeth. Brush your teeth twice a day. Keep away all tooth decay. And like my other little chums, you also must massage your gum.
Gum massage. Bah. I told you never to bring a dog into this house. Get that mutt out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here, you. You go to bed without your supper. Then maybe you'll learn to obey your father. It's time you grew up and quit acting like a baby. I don't know what's the matter with that boy. Why, when I was a boy, I learned... I told him to put those skates away. This time I'll teach him a lesson that he won't forget. Bobby! Bobby!
I guess they got it now. Yeah, we should be waiting. I think it's...
That was easy. Now we got the old crap up. I'm telling you what to do, something to help. All right, all together.
They took him to the land of gnomes where elves and pixies have their homes. And in a very little while the father will come up for trial. The jury all has gathered, the lawyers too were there, and and everything was ready for a trial fair and square.
A peeping town, eh?
Elves of all description were waiting patiently, because a case in Pixie Court is lots of fun to see.
Here comes the fight. Here comes the judge.
Guilty! Guilty!
Here comes the judge.
Here comes the judge! Here comes the judge!
The prisoner is charged with being neurotic and erratic. He's very childlike in his views. He's also charged with static.
He's nervous and perfidious. His knowledge is insidious. In fact, his manner with his boy is absolutely hideous.
Lose me. I'm going to turkey. I'll smash you.
I object.
We all object to the lies about our client. He hasn't got a childish brain. The man's a mental giant.
He's a mental giant. He's a mental giant.
Order! Don't fight witness. Don't fight witness. Do you solemnly swell, do you solemnly tear, do you swell to sell a toot to toot? Oh, let it go, let it go, let it go. Tell in your own words what the defendant did.
He said he hit him.
He said he kicked him.
He said he hit him, and then he kicked him.
Order! What's the matter here? You can't do that. What's the idea here? What?
He hires lawyers that are bums, and he don't even massage his gums.
We all agree it's plain to see the man has no mentality. He spent 4 years in college, but still he has no knowledge. Perhaps no dental knowledge. He has no mental knowledge. Mental, dental, it's inconsequential. He's childlike in his dental knowledge. Childlike in his mental knowledge. Though he spent 4 years in college, still he's childlike in his knowledge. And we agree he's guilty as can be. Guilty, guilty. Though he went to college, he's childlike in his knowledge. He's guilty, rah, rah, rah.
He ought to swing.
He's gonna swing. Everybody's gonna swing. Swing, swing, sing, sing, like a birdie in the spring. Hidey-ho, hidey-ho, everybody's got that swing. Harlem does that swing so cute. Elves and pixies do it too. Peck and watch them go. Oh, oh, pixies, oh, oh, oh.
How about the guillotine?
No, he gets the youth machine.
He gets the youth machine. He gets the youth machine.
Time marches backwards.
He's right. Bobby's a smart boy.
He's a regular fella. Why would the guy? You know,
He's a regular fella. He's a regular fella.
on, don't get your chin down there. Come on.
Well, then you ain't married to the champ anymore. Well, then I guess you're not my mother.
No. You're going to go to your mother's. I'm not going to have any sniffling around. You're going to stay with her, and I'm not going to have any more back talk from you now. That's all.
No, sir, champ, I ain't gonna go. I'm telling you, I ain't gonna go. I'm telling you,
You're going to go.
Please,
You're
champ,
going to your mother's now.
No, I want to stay with you, please.
You're not going to. You're going to your mother's, Dick.
Stay with
No.
Flying serenely over the border between Kazakhstan and Mongolia, the Soyuz MS-09, just minutes away from delivering Sergei Prokopiev, Serena Onin Chancellor, and Alexander Gerst to the International Space Station for a 6.5-month mission.
Range 100. Rate. Range 140, rate 0.8, filter is operating nominally, and target is at the center of the screen. -130,
Never seen such a war. Johnny Rep don't get you, the Indians will.
We'll get this California gold through. General Grant will have our scalps anyway. Push them through, Sergeant.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
I sing as I wander along on the lonely road. There's a song in my heart as I'm toting my weary load. Over mountain and desert and valley, with the wind for a compass I see that I'm on the right road, and mine is a light load for me. Thanks to the heroes before me, I'm free as the breeze. I go wherever I please, with my song along Freedom Road.
Gone are the dark days of the war between the states. Gone, too, are the rumbling wagon wheels on the old pioneer trails. Today, other wheels are rolling on the superhighways of modern America. This is a story of America and some of the people along the way. The people could be you or me or the neighbor next door. That is, all except one. The story begins on a California highway near San Francisco. Meet Jimmy Rollins of Seattle on his way to Washington, D.C. and his first Boy Scout Jamboree. He's getting a king-size thrill out of the ever-changing view of America through these big picture windows.
How's it look to you so far, son?
It's the greatest.
Take this highway, for instance. It follows the coast all the way down to San Diego. And then remember, it's the same road the Spaniards followed almost 200 years ago. Only they called it El Camino Real, King's Highway. Try and imagine how it looked then.
You mean with Spaniards on horseback?
In your own mind's eye, yes.
Fred Schroeder of Portland, Oregon, also has his place in this story of America. Summoned to the nation's capital to receive a medal for his only son, Fred Schroeder should be a proud man. He isn't.
Oh, boy, look at that.
It's the longest single-span bridge in the world.
Gee whiz. Aren't you even gonna look at it?
Look at what? It's only the Golden Gate Bridge.
Only. Sure doesn't look like the Old West.
Well, maybe not here and now, but they tell me you should have seen it 100 years ago. San Francisco was the Old West then. You see that street sign up ahead?
Sutter Street.
Behind that sign, I see Sutter's Mill in the valley of the Sacramento. The year is 1848.
John Sutter's workmen were digging a new mill race in the river and found gold. Sutter tried hard to keep it quiet, knowing it meant trouble. But it was like fighting a prairie fire with a bucket. A lot of them didn't make it, but the rest kept coming. It went on and on until the river of the Sacramento and all the runs and creeks were swarming with men seeking California gold.
Gee, I can almost see it. Boy, I wonder what happened to all that gold.
I can tell you what happened to some of it.
This man is another figure in our story of America, perhaps the greatest of them all. Mark him well. In his way, he is to affect the lives of several people.
During the war between the states, both the North and the South badly needed that gold. Once General Grant sent a detachment to bring through a wagon train of it. They were massacred by Indians. It's all part of our American history now, Jimmy. History we can be proud of.
How'd you know my name was Jimmy?
Isn't he a little young for propaganda?
Well, I never thought of patriotism as having an age limit. Why shouldn't we be proud of our history, Mr. Schroeder? Even as late as that of Korea.
What do you mean by that?
San Francisco Terminal, 40 minutes for lunch.
Well, Jimmy, let's see what's on the menu, huh?
Bye.
So long, Jimmy. Say hello to the president for me. Where did I pick him up? Thank you.
That's your number? 14?
No, young fellow, that's my safety record. Like you earn a badge in scouting. That means I've driven for 14 years and never even done a defender.
You must be pretty good.
Oh, there are plenty longer records than that. The men who drive for Greyhound are proud they've made it the safest transportation in the land.
Who's the proprietor around here?
Where to, please?
Philadelphia. Thank you. Hi there, General.
Hey, aren't you Bill Roberts of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Could be.
Excuse me. Oh. He's a professional football player.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fumble.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Wrong way Roberts does it again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Coach.
Anyway, I don't have to be in Philly for a week to sign the contract, so I thought I'd see the country. I hear it's quite a country.
It is.
You live in New York?
I work there. I've been home on vacation in San Francisco.
Me too. What do you know? A couple of natives and we got to go out of town to meet.
Funny, isn't it?
Say, look, it's only a hop from Philadelphia to New York. How about seeing the big town together?
Why, I'll be pretty busy.
Oh, I see. Guess I was offside, huh?
Mind if we have a little talk? What about? You have a problem, so have I. I thought we might be able to help each other find the answers.
I know the answer to mine.
Are you sure you didn't look in the back of the wrong book?
Hey, Bill, look at this.
Excuse me, I'm public.
Look, there's another one.
Route of the Pony Express.
It's all right here in my book.
Riders of the Pony Express. That's right, Sacramento was the western end of it, you know.
And St. Joe, Missouri was the eastern end. Here it is. Listen. The first telegraph line had been strung as far west as St. Joe, Missouri. From there on, the mail had to be carried by stagecoach. It was 2,000 miles from St. Joe to Sacramento. It took weeks and months, and then they didn't always get through. That's when the Pony Express was organized. People said it couldn't be done, but it was. 80 daring young riders, many in their teens, and 500 thoroughbred horses. They had stations along the way so a rider could change horses every 30 to 40 miles. These pony riders would start out from St. Joe with a pistol and a prayer book and the Sacramento mail. No matter what the difficulties, the dangers, or the obstacles, the riders went through. Boy, was that terrific.
You know, you can almost see those ponies.
I wish I would have been living then.
How old are you, young man?
13, sir.
13. 10 years ago. He liked the West, too.
Who, Mr. Schroeder?
He was a Boy Scout. They couldn't wait to get him in uniform, either.
Easy, Schroeder.
Look at this guy. Don't you like this country, mister?
No, Bill.
If you want to fight for it, they'll give you a uniform, too.
I put mine away after Korea. Any more questions?
I think it's time for some answers, Bill. Mr. Schroeder's only son was killed in Korea. We just found out how. The boy's been awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. Mr. Schroeder's on his way to Washington to accept it.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know.
I didn't know anybody.
Congressional Medal of Honor. Gosh, that's the highest there is.
Is it?
You know, this is one of the few towns in the world that never sleeps.
They all come here to gamble.
Or because they have gambled and lost.
You mean?
I mean, a person ought to be real sure she's marrying the right guy.
Waldo's a fine man, and he has good prospects, too.
Waldo?
Besides, he's my boss.
Well, I'm sure he's a good, dependable guy, but do you have fun together?
Of course. Oh, well, not frivolous, but...
Oh, well, frivolous is the best kind sometimes. That's where I could be a help.
Where's the rest of your troop, son? They lost too?
No, sir. They went on ahead. My dog was sick, and I couldn't leave till he got better.
Oh, good for you, son. I like a feller I could depend on, even if I was a dog.
Say, aren't you Tex Ritter, the movie cowboy?
That's my brand.
I saw you get on at Laramie.
I've been on personal appearances, Denver and places.
I wish I could hear you in person. Well, could you?
Well, now, maybe I could. Just one short one. Did you ever hear the legend of the Alamo?
I don't know.
Did you ever hear of Davy Crockett?
Oh, sure.
Well, this song here is about Davy and the Alamo. Now, you try to imagine that you're in San Antonio, Texas, while I sing about it.
Alamo and the stubborn band that stood in the path of invasion. 180 were challenged by Travis to die. By the line that he drew with his sword when the battle was nigh. And young Davy Crockett was first to cross over with a gallantry fierce in his eye. For God and for freedom, a man more than willing to die. Aye, Santa Ana, we're killing your soldiers below, that men, wherever they go, will remember the Alamo. They sent a young scout through the battlements bloody and loud, with the words of farewell from a garrison valiant and proud. Grieve not, little darling, my dying, if Texas is sovereign and free. We'll never surrender and ever with liberty be. Aye, Santa Ana, we're killing your soldiers below, that men wherever they go will remember the Alamo.
Even our songs glorify senseless sacrifice. What good did it do those few men to fight on when they knew they'd all be killed anyway?
If I'd known the answer to that for sure, I wouldn't be here.
I don't understand you.
You will. Before this trip's over, I promise you.
Honest, Mary. That's the way it is.
Oh, Bill. Right when I thought I had my life all planned and ordered. Why did you have to come along?
I'm awful glad I did. Aren't you?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's why I like this kind of travel. To me, every mile of America is a magnificent mile. Especially when you can see it close up like we're doing.
But you've got to give me more time.
Time? Time I'm running fresh out of. Gee, Mary, I can't let you just walk out of my life. This trip will be over before you know it. You see? We're coming into Chicago now.
That's Lake Michigan.
Oh?
Yeah, that lake saved a good many lives once.
It did?
To look at it the way it is today, it's hard to realize that right here in 1871 was the scene of the most destructive fire there ever was. Thousands of people saved themselves by wading out into the lake, where the smoke turned day into night and the flames turned night into day. All because Miss O'Leary's cow kicked over that land. But the city rebuilt, bigger and better than ever, with only a few landmarks left to show where the great fire was. Well, I see we're pulling in. I'll be leaving you in Chicago. You can get off and look around if you want to. You'll have a little time here.
Well, then goodbye, Mr. Ritter. Just wait till the troop hears I rode this far with you.
Pleasure's all mine, Jimmy. Be a good scout.
Oh, goodbye, Tex.
So long, partner. Say, I know where I've seen you before.
Was that so?
Weren't you in my outfit, the old 2nd Division?
Well, we'll have lunch in Cleveland.
Cleveland already? Why is it time flies so when you're happy and drags so when you're unhappy? Ought to be the other way around. Hurry up when you're unhappy and slow down when you're happy so you can enjoy it.
You're a funny girl.
I mean, funny peculiar or funny ha-ha?
I mean funny wonderful.
Hey, Bill.
Oh, so it's pirates now, huh? You know, I've been down where a lot of these fellas used to hang out.
Honest? Where?
Florida Keys.
Keys?
Yeah, it's a string of islands off the southern tip of the United States. They're connected by a series of bridges, making a highway almost 100 miles long as the crow flies, stretching right out over the ocean, all the way to Key West. These islands were said to be part of the old Spanish Main. Like it says here in your book, among these keys and coves, buccaneers used to lie in wait till a fat merchantman came along or a rival pirate crew, whereupon they would grapple in a furious fight.
There's a lot of buried treasure down there.
Could be. Of course, the important thing is to recognize a treasure when you find one.
Ok, aquí estamos en el nodo 1. Como les dije, esta es a donde preparamos nuestra comida y a donde podemos comer juntos. Ok, pueden ver que nuestra comida viene en unas bolsas que puede proteger la comida de la radiación que se siente aquí en la estación. Entonces, cada vez que vamos a usar la comida, claro, necesita agua. Entonces, este es un pollo. Y nos dice en cada bolsa cuánta cantidad de agua es necesaria para preparar la comida. Entonces, este pollo necesita 100 mililitros de agua caliente. Como les digo, con la bebida es importante apoyar la bolsa y luego empezar . Y ahora la comida tiene agua. Usamos los dedos para mezclar el agua con la comida. Y usualmente podemos esperar unos 5 o 10 minutos y está preparada. Ahora tenemos 2 hornos en la cual se puede calentar la comida. Entonces después de poner el agua, se pone en el horno y luego esperamos 5 minutos y luego está lista para comer. Ahora, si tienes comida fría, se pueden usar estos 2 fridges, que es un refrigerador y freezer al mismo tiempo. Se puede abrir y poner a helar nuestra bebida. Aquí tenemos un jugo de naranja que preparé esta mañana y ahora está preparado y listo para tomar. Ok, otra cosa que les quería enseñar es nuestra mesa. Pueden ver que aquí, claro, no se come en la mesa, pero podemos preparar nuestra comida y aquí se tiene. Usualmente tratamos de comer por lo menos 2 de las 3 veces al día juntos y repartir un poco de tiempo mientras disfrutamos de nuestra comida. Como pueden ver, claro, sin la gravedad, la comida no se puede mantener sin algo. Usualmente usamos cinta que se podemos poner en la mesa directamente, o si no, también podemos usar velcro. Se pone un pedazo de velcro, digamos, en una cuchara y hay un pedazo en la mesa y se puede poner ahí y prepararse. También, si es necesario, podemos usar para mantener la comida en la mesa. Ahora, una de las cosas interesantes es que para mucha gente el gusto de la comida es un poco diferente en el espacio. Entonces sí, es importante tener diferentes cosas como salsa picante. También tenemos soy sauce, vinagre, y la sal. Ahora, la sal se usa en líquido porque, claro, fuera muy difícil poner sal sólida en la comida. Entonces, toda la sal que usamos viene en forma de líquido. Ahora, para mantener nuestra comida aquí, el sistema de almacén que usamos es que usamos estas cajas y se reparte la comida. Diferentes tipos de comida se pueden repartir. Entonces aquí tenemos diferentes bebidas, diferentes tipos de comida, y cada uno de nosotros tiene nuestra propia caja. Si tenemos nuestra comida favorita, la podemos mantener ahí y cada día podemos agarrar lo que necesitamos para comer. De veras que la comida en el espacio para mí ha sido muy saludable y muy sabrosa. No he tenido problema con el gusto de la comida. He podido disfrutar ya por 10 meses la comida que tenemos acá. Ok, amigos, este fue el nodo 1, Unity, o nuestra cocina en el espacio. Saludos.
Since federal help for the creation and further development of recreation areas became available through the Emergency Conservation Work Program begun in 1933, it has become obvious that there is a very definite factor in the park and recreation movement which may be called park consciousness. In some sections of the country, as in Minnesota, the public makes avid use of such outdoor recreational facilities as have been provided. And this very publicly expressed enthusiasm inevitably results in a more rapid development of park systems. Indeed, the development of parks may be said to be in direct ratio to their use. It is estimated that nearly 250,000 people visit 8 of the principal Minnesota state parks during the 3 months which constitute each summer season. Parks near the large centers of population in which winter sports are possible are active throughout the 12 months of the year. Preferred park settings are those which induce complete relaxation and rest, settings in which nature can work her magic of mental and physical healing. are a call to the people to rest and play in family groups, a cure which has been seriously advocated for most of our social difficulties. Many of our emotions are instinctive. Certainly the thrill that comes from a boat ride is one of these. It lasts from childhood to old age. In state parks in all parts of the country, there are simple but adequate facilities for camping available. Sometimes for small charges, sometimes for no charge at all. I would leave the dust of the city street and the noise of the busy town for the windy moor and the high hill and the peat stream flowing brown. I will keep my watch by the campfires where the white cliffs lean to the sea, and dawn shall wake me with golden hands, and the rain shall walk with me. Fishing and golfing are the hobbies of more Americans than are any other pastimes. To the fisherman, the nationwide conservation and recreation movement means more places to go, more vacation hopes fulfilled, more happiness. Protection and propagation of wildlife are important parts of the program. Every living thing, not just game in the popular sense, is considered, and development plans are drawn with this in mind. In the state parks alone, the Conservation Corps has built or improved more than 300 lakes or ponds. Many of these will be stocked with fish at regular intervals, and those parks blessed with natural bodies of water will be given the same attention. Minnesota needs few dams to form her glistening pools. Nature made them centuries ago, and today men go there from all corners of the country to rest and play in this land of 10,000 lakes. States laying the foundation for systems of parks will do well to exert every effort to so maintain and administer their recreation areas and so educate the people in their use that to them will come also the happiness of the new leisure which is so precious in this land of the sky-colored walk.
need you, Deck. This is a bad one, the worst yet.
There was an escape from the off-world colonies 2 weeks ago. 6 replicants, 3 male, 3 female. They slaughtered 20...
A Blade Runner's job is to hunt down replicants. Manufactured humans you can't tell from the real thing.
What's this? Roy Batty, probably the leader.
There was just one outfit making replicants that superhuman. The Tyrell Corporation.
Mr. Deckard, Dr. Eldon Tyrell.
I don't get it, Tyrell.
Commerce is our goal here at Tyrell. More human than human is our motto.
I was looking for 6 replicants in a city of 106 million people.
You ever see this girl, huh?
Never seen a Muslim.
What I didn't know was they were looking for me.
Questions?
I just do eyes. Genetic design. Just eyes.
Hello?
I'm in a bar here now, down in the 4th sector. Why don't you come on down here and have a drink?
That's not my kind of place.
Time to die.
If I didn't care more than words can say, if I didn't care, would I feel this way? If this isn't love, then why?
Excuse me, Miss Salome. Can I talk to you for a minute?
You for real?
He's a damn one-man slaughterhouse.
I'm going home.
begins, we find our two heroes, Crusader and Rags, returning home from their latest successful adventure, namely the apprehension of the sneaky snake of Leaky Lake, for which they received not only a recipe for making instant pizza, but a matched set of hand-woven, pre-shrunk Orlan tiger stripes, presented to Rags by the Rajah of Rincewater. So let's join our adventurers as they relax in the comfort of their own private car.
Just think, Rags, we'll soon be home in Galahad Glen.
Yep, back with Garth, Groundhog, and all our old friends.
Wouldn't it be something if they met us at the station with a brass band?
I'd just as soon they met me with a stretcher. This power steering has got to go.
But alas, our comrades are in for an unhappy discovery. For around the bend lies Galahad Glen, and a rather rude reception.
Wow, things are sure upset around here.
I'll say, the town don't look the same.
Truer words were never spoken. For after getting their feet on the ground, they found that the once prosperous animal community of Galahad Glen was no longer Gala, and it looks as though it's really been had.
I don't understand. Where is everyone?
Garfield Groundhog! Garfield Groundhog!
Mrs. Possum! Mrs. Possum!
Raglan Tiger! Raglan Tiger!
What are you calling yourself for?
I just like the sound of the name.
Ah, Rags.
Who is this Easy Mooney?
Who indeed? For obviously it appears the mysterious Easy Mooney has taken Galahad Glen over lock, stock, and barrel. Further investigation only added to the quandary.
Anybody home?
Anybody home?
Anybody down there?
Anybody down there? One thing is sure. The guy to see about this is named Easy Mooney.
You know, Rags, I think you're right. Yikes! I forgot all about our house.
Good heavens, my begonias.
And without further ado, our befuddled adventurers made a beeline, or rather a rabbit and tiger line, for their French provincial hollow oak tree home and Rags' prized begonia patch.
Gee, he's even taken over our house. Rags, this is the last straw.
You're darn right. Ruining my begonias is going too far.
It's time for a showdown with this guy, Mooney. Right?
Right.
So saying, our determined comrades set off for nearby Lukupu Junction.
We'll show this Easy Mooney a thing or two.
Yeah. He can't treat my begonias that way.
But suppose we journey ahead and see what fate has in store. Uh-oh, can this be peaceful, old-fashioned Lukupu, where excitement came in the form of Saturday night haircuts and an occasional picnic? Where at the most tiddlywinks and checkers were considered games of chance? From the looks of things, Lukupu has caught a severe case of gambling fever. And who is this strange-looking pair? Could they be responsible for this shocking change? Take old Mr. McGillicuddy, for instance. He once dealt in groceries. He now deals in blackjack. Who's behind all this? The notorious Easy Mooney and his right-hand woman, Anita the Cheetah.
Like I always say, diamonds are a girl's best friend.
Yes, sir. But only if you have 4 of them, and they're aces.
But what of our two heroes? What is their reaction to this unhappy discovery?
Offhand, I'd say we're in the wrong pew.
No, this is Lukupu, Rags, but it sure has changed.
It took our wee hero but a few moments to deduce that Lukupu Junction, like Galahad Glen, was completely controlled by Easy Mooney.
Only one thing to do.
You mean make a bet?
No. Find Easy Mooney and straighten this mess out. Now you take the high road, Rags, and I'll take the low road.
I'll be in Mooney's before you.
But Rags would not be quite so optimistic if he could look inside Easy Mooney's headquarters and see what skullduggery was cooking.
Dum, 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 there, it's all set to go. Our latest invention, Easy Mooney's hydromatic cheating card table. Now all we need is a sucker.
And speak of the devil, Tiger, here he comes.
Howdy, stranger. Pull up your money belt and sit down.
Mooney's cordiality was somewhat unexpected, but not half as unnerving as the sight of Anita the Cheetah.
Wow, whoever said cheetahs never prosper? You keep your eyes on Anita, Tiger. I'll deal. Okay, what do you got? Huh? Oh yeah, 4 kings. 4 kings, huh? huh? Oh, wait. Tough luck, Tiger. Yeah, she sure is.
Unfortunately, Rags had his mind on everything but the game. When he held a flush, Easy held a straight flush. Poor Rags even held 4 aces, but wouldn't you know, Mooney drew 5. And so it went, until finally Crusader arrived upon the scene and in no uncertain terms demanded the return of Galahad Glen to its rightful owners and the unconditional departure of Easy Mooney from Lukupu Junction.
No, you don't. I ain't leaving unless I get my original investment of $73.49 back.
Well, that seems fair.
And there's the matter of the IOU I just got from Tiger here.
Is that true, Rags?
That's what it says in the script. Let me see. 3 goes into 9, carry the decimal. X is the known factor. Yes, sir, $420,000.
Right.
Is that what it says in the script? You boys pay me $420,073.49 and I'll leave town. But I'm only giving you 48 hours to get it. And remember, nobody welches on Easy Mooney.
$420,000 plus $73.49. Add it up any way you like. It still comes out a precarious situation.
If I give up jelly beans, that's 15 cents a week, $7.08 a year. In 56,000 years, Oh, I can't give up jelly beans.
The situation was all too clear to our little hero Crusader. They had troubles that only a cool $500,000 would cure. But a check of their total assets...
1 Missoula streetcar token, 1 pass to Barry's Knott's farm, and $51.16.
revealed they were just a wee bit short.
Maybe we could make some money on one of them quiz shows.
Yeah, but what would our category be?
Poverty, of course.
Further speculation was cut short by the earth-shaking arrival of their old pal, Garfield.
Not fun. This is my lucky day.
You might as well take it all, Garf. There's not enough there to do us any good.
Well, Crusader and then, whatever were you doing down there? I've been prospecting for uranium. Oh, they're pretty. Smell nice, too.
Uranium, Rags, not geranium. Hey, did you find any, Garf?
Well, I don't rightly know.
Huh?
Trouble is, I don't know what uranium looks like.
I can imagine that might make it sort of different.
True, but then I don't know of an easier way to make $1 million.
$1 million, 2 mines with but a single thought.
Say, Garf, how about using a couple of partners on your uranium? Gosh, I don't know. You fellas figure you can chew your way around underground like me?
Well, not exactly, but we can supply $51.16 worth of scientific equipment.
It's a deal.
Time was money, and so while Crusader worked out a table of organization, Rags and Garf set off to shop for supplies. But alas, even the best laid plans of tigers and groundhogs can often go astray. Those 2 unsavory characters coming up that same road certainly sound anything but reassuring. Stop the wagon, Villius. I smell cold cash. Exactly $51 and 16 cents. And so, by the time Rags and Garfield rounded the bend in the road, Dudshade and Villius were ready and waiting.
All right, folks. Get Dr. Dudshade's dirty deck of cards.
Cheat your friends. It's lots of fun.
Say, aren't you Dudley Nightshade?
Egad, they're a couple of old victims. A lot of folks make that same mistake.
Especially the police.
Shut up, stupid. Doc Dudshade's the name. Nightly Q Dudshade. Now, how about my cards?
Yeah, how about them?
I mean, do you want to buy them?
Well, I'm sorry, Doc, but I'm afraid all our money is earmarked for uranium equipment.
Well, why didn't you say so? It just so happens that you've stumbled into the biggest uranium outfitter east of Yucca Flat. Now, I have here 100 shares of rock-bottom uranium unlimited limited, which I might be persuaded to sell.
Sorry, it isn't uranium stock we want.
What we want is Geiger counters and stuff like that there.
But who wants to count Geigers when they can count profits? However, our friend stood firm, and so Dudley was forced to follow another tack. Excuse me. Now, let's see. I take one 1926 crystal set, add one beat-up alarm clock, and presto. Dr. Dudshade's high-speed, high-fidelity, and high-priced Geiger counter. And I'll also throw in this handy pad and pencil set.
What's that for?
Well, every time you count a Geiger, mark it down. Now, let's see. Yes. Last but not least, your gilt-edged stock machine.
Yeah?
Just turn the handle, and out comes the most deceptively official-looking uranium stock you can sell.
Swindle your friends. It's lots of fun.
Now then, that'll be exactly $51.16.
Yeah, what a coincidence. That's exactly all we've got.
Wouldn't you know, just as Dudshade pocketed their life savings, who should come up the road but our hero, Crusader?
Yikes!
Hi, Crusader.
Rags, you ought to know better than to deal with a scoundrel like Dudley Nightshade.
You know, I mistook him for Dudley, too. This is Dr. Knightley Dudshade. He's been nice enough to supply everything we need, even stock certificates.
The situation was all too clear to our tiny comrade, but there was little he could do now, unless... Suddenly, a plan began to form in his small but fertile noggin. But can he possibly act in time to recover their hard-earned savings?
Hey, that gives me an idea.
Uh-oh, I think that meddlesome rabbit smells a rat. My, closing time already.
He certainly keeps stirring off with ours.
Oh, well, we got everything we need.
Nice going, boys. You know, I was afraid you might have given him some stock in our company.
Oh, we're pretty shrewd traders, we are.
And you're sure you didn't let him in on our big secret?
Huh? We didn't even let each other in on it.
Good work, gang.
Sure enough, Crusader's words had indeed reached their mark. Big secret? Why, I'll bet they already know where there's some uranium. And you almost let them get away. Yeah, now then, Rags, you wanted us to invest in your little project?
I did.
Well, of course, Bilius, it is customary for us outfitters to show our good faith by putting up some of the money.
It is, but
All right, son, you talked me into it. Tell you what, boys, I'll give you just $1 for 51% of that stock. But Crusader held out for a somewhat better offer. Oh, all right. $51 for 1% of the stock. It seemed the only way to recover their savings, and so the deal was closed.
You want to sign it, Mr. Treasurer?
So very well. Signed, Raglan T. Tiger.
And so while Dr. Dudshade pocketed his stock and his pride, the three prospectors headed off on the first leg of their great uranium hunt. Indeed, their enthusiasm might be somewhat tempered could they but hear the gloating going on in Dudshade's wagon. We'll soon be rich.
On that one share of stock, boss?
But you see, Bilius, it's more than just one share. It's also one piece of carbon paper, plus one recently signed insurance policy.
The Fly-By-Night Insurance Company will gladly pay the holder of this policy $100,000 in the event of an accidental death of the undersigned. And it's signed, Raglan T. Tiger.
Now, all we have to do is to hurry to the scene of the accident.
Accident? Where's the accident?
I haven't decided yet, but something tells me that Tiger is heading straight for one. And with that ominous prediction, Dudshade shifted his versatile wagon into overdrive and set out after our three adventurous friends.
Steady on now, boss, and you're heading right into the Badlands.
Good. We can get away with anything in that rugged country. Sure enough, for a moment later, Dudshade had swooped ahead of our prospecting trio and sent his well-equipped henchman Bilius drifting earthward with orders to waylay that tiger at any cost.
Now, let's see. Foul D. B. Brains and Inkwell. Becca's in bed. Hardly. D drops in drink. But of course, just a ting.
And no matter what the foul deed, you can bet Dud Shade's bag of dirty tricks had all the equipment.
Ah, there we are. One portable roadside stand.
Lo, one had but to press the button, and they were in business. And it wasn't so long before the first dry customers arrived.
So shall we?
By all means, that.
Drink up, boys. I'm buying.
Hot dog. I hope they have sarsaparelli.
However, the cleverly disguised Bilious was counting on Rags' notoriously exotic taste, especially when somebody else was buying.
Try our Rest in Peach special. An experience you'll remember as long as you live. That sounds good. Give me one of them.
Actually, the recipe was quite simple. 3 ounces of knockout drops, a squirt of hemlock, fill with arsenic, and add 1 large scoop of rattlesnake venom sherbet.
Say, that looks great. I'd rather your next of kin, your friend, paid for it before you drank it.
But the precaution was unnecessary, for Bilious had failed to reckon with Rags' ironclad constitution.
Well, how was it?
Not bad at all. A little weak, perhaps.
Bilious was indeed taken aback. But not, it seemed, without an alternate plan of action.
You boys better fill up on gas. There ain't another pump for miles.
And so, while our friends settled themselves once more for the journey, Bilious set about filling their gas tank, not with gasoline, but with highly explosive nitroglycerin.
Huh! One good bump, and it's curtains for the 3 of them.
And leaving nothing to chance, Bilious has even arranged for those bumps up ahead. And so, we find our 3 uranium prospectors heading off straight for that deadly detour. Can this be the end for these stalwart creatures, these hardened adventurers who...
Hold it!
Oh, no. Don't tell me.
Yep, time for a nap.
Ah, gee, Rags. Do we have to stop now?
Fortunately, however, Crusader's words fell on deaf ears, for Rags, a strong creature of habit, was already fast asleep. And so, instead of taking that detour to eternity, our pals pulled off the road and settled down for their midday
Bilious has certainly waylaid that muscle-bound feline by now. Reckon I'll go pick up the $100,000 remains.
So saying, he donned his black leather jacket with the vulture on the back and set off in search of his triggerman. Nor had he far to look.
Well, Bilious, where's the body?
He went that away.
What? You let him get away?
Not exactly. You see...
Never mind the excuses, stupid. Just fill my tank. I'll take care of that overgrown house cat myself.
But, boss...
Well, just don't stand there. Give me that hose. Looks like I gotta do everything for myself.
I wouldn't do that.
The warning went unheard as Dud Shade sped off in hot pursuit. And this time, Bilious's detour served its foul purpose to perfection. What's more, a jalopy full of nitroglycerin was hardly a choice spot to land.
What was that?
Gosh, we must have hit a 10-ton diesel head on.
Only one beauty sleep remained undisturbed.
I just don't see how they did it.
If you think I'm telling them, you're crazy. If I'd known this was going to happen, I wouldn't have fixed that dent in the fender.
Well, anyway, that sure solves one thing.
What's that?
All our parking problems.
True, but there is another problem.
I'll finish off that horse-sized house cat yet.
But, boss, we already blew up the car. Can't that be our bad deed for the day?
Look, stupid. The sooner that tiger bites the dust, the sooner we collect this $100,000 insurance.
And thus, while the 2 scallywags moved in for the kill, our 3 innocents turned their attention to uranium.
Well, as long as as we're stuck, we might as well start prospecting.
Unfortunately, it would take some mighty high-class prospecting just to find the remains of their prospecting equipment, let alone put it in working order. Luckily, their somewhat battered handbook offered a practical suggestion.
Rule number 1, always collect ample ore samples.
I'll collect both amples and samples.
So saying, the ambitious groundhog wasted little time getting to his task.
Well, now where's the sample ore?
That's all gone.
What?
But it was delicious while it lasted.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Garth. Get back down there.
I say.
And try to curb your appetite.
Sure enough, this time Garth dredged up not only ore samples, but some fascinating relics as well.
Let's see. 1 poker chip from Harold's Club, 1 fishing worm, 1 Alf Landon button, 1 pair of false teeth. Size 44.
Huh? Oops, sorry, those belong to me.
Absorbed with their prospecting, our friends, of course, had no inkling what danger was approaching from above.
One well-placed boulder will just about do the trick. Give me a hand with this rock, Bilious.
And thus the two troublemakers set about edging the giant stone toward the cliff's edge. Uh-oh, even Rag's marble noggin couldn't withstand a hunk of mountain that size. And sure enough, it's heading straight for our happy-go-lucky pal.
Look out! Yikes! Where did that come from?
But what appeared to be a boulder was actually something quite different.
What? It's a giant egg!
Huh? Why, I didn't know giants laid eggs. Hey, Ragsy, old pal, are you all right?
Sure, I'm okay. If someone can just find the fuse box.
Looks to me like you're up to your neck in trouble.
Don't tell me our main picture tube is gone on a blink.
However, the problem was now to free Rags from his predicament. So, with the aid of a nearby tree and a pair of inner tubes from their demolished jalopy, the tiger's release was effective.
I don't see why we have to go in for so much of this slapstick comedy.
But Rags, you had an egg on your head.
I still do.
I wonder if there's anybody inside.
I can't see. I guess there's only one way to find out.
How?
Why, we'll hatch it, of course.
I'm afraid I'm a little small for a big job like that.
Yeah, me too.
Now, just a darn minute. I'm supposed to be the carefree bachelor type, not a foundling egg's mother.
But despite Rags's protests, he soon found himself nesting atop the king-sized cackle fruit.
I want it understood. I'm putting him, or her, or it, up for adoption right away.
Well, let's leave Rags and his problem for the moment and see what those 2 foul balls on top of the hill are up to.
Gee, boss, what do we do now?
Shut up, stupid. I gotta think. But we'll get that tiger yet.
Meanwhile, below, all hands have pitched in to make ready for the new arrival.
Take it easy when you don't know what you're knitting for.
Elmer, Elsie, Elvis. Hey, how about the name Elvis?
Sounds fine, but supposing it's a boy.
How about Seymour, then?
Seymour... Yeah, fine.
I'm still wondering what he'll be when he's hatched.
The answer, it seemed, might come sooner than expected. As the giant shell began to break open, all eyes widened in amazement. Rags and Garp on the threshold of a momentous occasion. For what started out as a simple uranium hunt has mushroomed into quite an omelet. And as luck would have it, Rags was immediately drafted into incubator duty. Nevertheless, when we closed last time, a somewhat disgruntled Rags was about to become a mother, or at least to hatch out that oversized egg. Nor had he long to wait. Almost immediately, the giant shell began to crack, revealing a most unexpected sight.
Hey, take it easy, my little, did I say little?
Indeed, our friend's shock was certainly understandable, for stepping gingerly out of the splintered shell was a truly formidable creature.
Yikes, what a voice.
Gosh, fellas, what have I done? What is it?
A quick check of Who's Zoo brought the startling answer.
Let's see. Oh, here it is. Wait, it's a dinosaur.
It sure don't look like her.
Gosh, he's so noisy. Sounds like a 1908 epic.
Yeah, but what'd he say?
I don't know. Sounds like he's making the rain change.
Well, as his foster mother, it's another kind of a change I'm worried about.
Meanwhile, on the cliff above, the two partners in crime, Dud Shade and Bilious, stared in amazement.
I tell you, boss, this is going too far for even a cartoon. What is that thing that came out of that egg?
A dinosaur, stupid. A plain, old, ordinary, everyday, run-of-the-mill dinosaur.
Ah, but Dud Shade's opinion was subject to change. For that so-called ordinary dinosaur was soon happily engaged in showering under a nearby waterfall.
Good grief, it even sings.
And what a voice. Think of it, Bilious. The world's only singing dinosaur.
At that moment, Crusader had also made an important discovery.
According to Who's Zoo, Junior has been extinct for 100 million years.
Well, he smells all right to me.
Yeah, you mean he's been waiting all that time to be hatched?
No wonder he's hungry.
Huh? Yikes.
Junior, stop that!
Too late. In one gulp, the new arrival had consumed their 30-day ration of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Golly, we gotta get to a supermarket right away.
And so, without further ado, the strange foursome set off in search of groceries. Meanwhile, Dudley was busy figuring out how they might turn this latest development to their own evil ends.
I can see it all now. Dud's dinosaur sings at the Hollywood Bowl. Why, think of the spectacular we could do from the La Brea tar pits. Bilious, we'll make a fortune. All we gotta do is get rid of those three. So what I want you to do, Bilious, is to get me that dinosaur.
But, boss, I thought you wanted me to finish off that tiger so's we could collect his life insurance.
That's small potatoes now. A singing dinosaur can make us millions.
Dud Shade will have to act fast, for our three friends have disappeared down the road ahead, hurrying in search of food for their very hungry new offspring. Indeed, although he picked up snacks all along the way, they didn't seem to curb his appetite one bit.
I wish he'd stop looking at us like we were appetizers.
Here, our worries are over, Garth. Look.
George's Gold. All you can eat, $1.20.
Hold it, Junior. Oh, a dinosaur can't just walk into a restaurant nowadays.
He's right, Sonny. It might cause quite a scene.
I'm afraid you'll have to wear some sort of a disguise, Junior.
Fortunately, Rags, a seasoned trooper, carried his Hollywood makeup kit with him at all times.
Well, here's something I wore in that great film epic, The Halfback of Notre Dame.
Hardly.
How about this beard I used in that shaving commercial on TV?
I'll try it on. Hey, that's not bad. Hey!
Apparently, Junior's diet included beards. And so they were finally forced to settle for an unimaginative 10-gallon hat and coat.
Well, how did it happen?
Looks more like hippie to me.
At any rate, Hoppy or Hippie, George soon found himself facing 4 eager customers.
What we miss out here in volume, we sure make up for in variety. What'll it be, boys?
He'll take a dozen helpings.
A dozen helpings of what?
Why, everything, of course.
It did seem like a big order, but no matter how fast he was served, Junior managed to keep pace. And naturally, the more he ate, the bigger and hungrier he grew.
Now I know I'm in the wrong business. I quit.
Diner for sale. Why, this plays right into our hands, Bilious.
Sure enough, it didn't take long to close the deal. In a matter of minutes, George's Gorge had become Dudshade's Diner.
Now to cook 3 gooses, my own special way.
They'll be needing more food any minute, boss. And we'll be needing some, too.
Apparently, Dudshade already had the next course all spiced up and ready to serve.
Red hot tamales? I don't see what good they'll do.
Just let me handle this, stupid.
So saying, Dudley flavored the lemonade pitcher.
Hey, Duck! You can't go out there. They're sure to recognize your vicious, leering face.
Uh-oh. He's right.
And this time, even Bilious, aided by a convenient can of spaghetti, showed his ingenuity.
There! They'll never recognize you now, boss.
Sure enough, the cleverly disguised Dudshade made little or no impression on his customers, but the same could not be said for his spicy dishes.
Good. Now for step number 2. Quick, Bilious, the lemonade.
Now I'm beginning to get the dirty picture.
1, 2, 3. I said 3.
They're delicious. Another round, please.
What?
Apparently nothing fazed those 2 powerful constitutions.
That tiger's got a cast iron stomach.
True, but he does have one weakness.
What's that, boss?
I never saw a cat yet who wasn't vain. And here's what we're going to do about it.
Some fast cement work on the patio outside, but some mighty fast talk inside as well.
Pardon me, but aren't you by any chance Rags, the world-famous tiger?
Yeah?
Rags, star of the Cat's Pajama Game?
He knows me.
My humble diner is truly honored by your illustrious presence.
Yeah, shucks.
And to commemorate this occasion, the management has voted to preserve your footprint in the cement of our celebrity courtyard.
Yeah, well now, just like Grumman's Chinese Theater.
Unfortunately, Rags had but to take the first step in order to become rather deeply involved.
I didn't expect to make such a big impression.
Not only big, but lasting.
Quite true, the quick-drying cement had already hardened, leaving Rags a prisoner.
Are we comfy?
Yeah, I don't know. Seems a little snug around the shoulders.
But think of the wear you'll get out of it.
That voice. I'd swear it belonged to old Doc Dudshade.
Matter of fact, it does. I'm just using it while he's got laryngitis.
What do we do with him now, boss?
I suggest we follow the advice of that great poetic masterpiece, Ding Dong Dell.
Ah, yes. Truly a moving piece of literature. Ding Dong Dell, pussy's down the well. Who put him in? Little Bilious Green.
Just think, Bilious, in no time, Dud's singing dinosaur will be at the Met. I wonder if he knows Aida.
Speaking of Aida, boss, Seymour's Aida is right out of business.
You're right. We gotta take his mind off of that food.
Obviously, brute strength was not the answer.
This looks like just a spot for my old magnetic ballast keeper.
Huh?
Step number 1, place the patient on a strict diet of nothing but iron.
In no time at all, the tricky Doc had whipped up quite a variety of heavy dishes, from nut and bolt cake to hacksaw blade pie to a crisp waffle iron, topped with iron tonic.
You've toasted everything but the kitchen sink.
Say, not a bad idea, Bilius. Grind up the sink and we'll add that to the steel wool salad.
You expect him to eat all this junk?
That Stone Age disposal unit will eat anything.
Sure enough, Seymour attacked the new dishes with the same ravenous enthusiasm.
Okay, so his tummy's full of scrap iron. How's that going to get him out of here?
Dudshade was already searching his bag of dirty tricks for the one missing item that would make the whole scheme work.
Ah, here we are. My good old high-powered horseshoe magnet.
Does it work?
Just watch.
And thus, a short time later, the wily quack brought our prehistoric pal under his magnetic charm and made off up the road with him. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the well, Rags had a full-time job on his hands just holding his breath. But there might be one last chance if Rags could somehow pull himself up that rope to fresh air and safety.
Oh, no, not that old nibble bit.
Alas, it seemed the only way out, and so Rags was forced to cash in on his special talent acquired through years of spaghetti eating. Well done, Ragsy.
Thank you.
Sorry. Carry on. Yes, this time the hardy tiger withheld comment and thus made good his escape. Now to awaken his slumbering pals, a task it developed of major proportions.
Hey, fellas, wake up. Guess I'll just have to use strategy. Yeah, well, here it is, folks. The last of the ninth inning. Bases loaded, 2 men out, and the Dodgers are sending in the pinch hitter, number 35. It's...
Who is it?
I figured that'd get him.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Rags. What are you doing in that cement?
Itching to get out, that's what.
Yeah, Ragsy, what are you trying to do? Dress like a street?
Oh, didn't you know? I'm modeling for the Hod Carriers fashion show this afternoon.
Oh, Rags.
Gee, I think I caught a cold.
Gesundheit.
Just then, our tiny hero, ever on the alert, made a startling discovery.
Hey, fellas, the dinosaur. He's gone. Seymour's gone.
Yeah, he's wasted away from hunger, no doubt.
Yeah, say, I'll bet those 2 fellas took him. You know, that guy with the curly hair and his friends.
Hey, you're right, Rags. We've no time to lose. Let's go.
And so, without further ado, our 3 comrades speedily set off to the rescue. Luckily, the dragging dinosaur proved an easily followed trail, for both he and his tremendous appetite left a lasting impression wherever they passed.
They'll be a cinch to find.
But Crusader's optimism was premature, for up ahead, Dudshade had run into some undeserved good luck. Luck in the form of Fandango's free balloon, which hungry friend Dinosaur mistook for an oversized Florida grapefruit.
Wow, what do you know? We got ourselves our own private prehistoric blimp.
And thus our 3 heroes arrived on the scene.
Yikes!
Just in time to see their Stone Age offspring go floating high into the air, bearing his abductors with him. The situation seemed hopeless. That is, until our wee hero's nimble brain went into action.
I've got it.
Yeah, you have?
Sure.
So saying, Crusader dove headlong into their trusty junk trunk.
Let me see. A ticket for a short root beer, an aerial photograph of Gary, Indiana, a lock of Guy Kibbe's hair. Oh, here it is, a bottle of Burpo Fizzo.
Huh?
Well, don't you see? This is guaranteed to relieve gas on the stomach. Now, once Seymour takes this, he's sure to get back down to earth again.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, but there's just one other problem. How do we get it up there?
A good question. But our heroes aren't the only ones faced with a problem.
We gotta think of something, Bilius. Every time this Stone Age dirigible hiccups, we lose altitude. Throw something overboard.
Gee, boss, there ain't no ballast left.
Not quite, Bilius. Not quite.
Yes, as always, Dudshade was more than equal to the occasion. And in a matter of minutes, the deadliest weight of all, one bilious green was sent plummeting earthward.
Don't forget the right, boy.
Meanwhile, our three adventurers racked their brains for the means of transportation. Finally, by rummaging through his Hollywood makeup kit, Rags was sure he had the answer.
Hey, Rags, what are you doing with those silly-looking gloves on?
These happen to be the wings I wore in that great film epic, The Flying Tigers versus Andy Hardy.
Wait, Rags! Wait, you can't fly with those things!
Too late, for Rags was air-minded, and the edge of the nearby cliff was perfect for takeoff purposes. And it was a shame, too, because the wings did fly, but unfortunately, Rags didn't. However, our tiny hero was undaunted, and recalling Ben Franklin's experiments with a kite gave him just the idea.
There. Now take the Burple Fizzle, Rags, and when you get up there, feed it to Junior.
Thus, a moment later, Rags and the Burple Fizzo were airborne.
I always knew I'd get up in the world.
Ah, but Rags is in for a sad surprise. For in the gondola, and keenly aware of our tiger friend's mission, sits Doc Dudshade, obviously in the mood for cutting up.
One snip of these shears, and that flying tiger will be delivering bottles along the Milky Way. Oh, I'm so evil. I should have a show of my own. Bon voyage, tiger.
Golly, now Rags is stuck up there, too.
Gosh, maybe we'll never get him down.
Ah, don't worry, Garf. Something will turn up.
Something did. To be exact, a friendly gust of wind that carried the kite and Rags on top of Junior's back. Now, although Seymour's shape had changed, his appetite hadn't. So he welcomed the opportunity of digesting the Burple Fizzo, bottle and all.
Whoa, Seymour!
Too late, for what was once a prehistoric blimp was now a bucking bronco.
Hold on, Ragsy!
Hey, quick, Garf. Help me get this fireman's net out. Something tells me we may need it.
Indeed, Crusader had reason for great concern, because Seymour's meanderings were strictly a flight of fancy. Dudshade, on the other hand, prudent skipper that he was, knew when to abandon ship.
I'll say one thing. This sure is a fast-paced show.
Getting us anywhere.
Get mighty tired.
I guess there's nothing else to do but wait till they drift down.
Well, anyway, it sure solves one problem.
What's that?
Which one we had to catch first.
True, but there was another problem in the making of which they were completely unaware. Namely, the presence of their recently grounded nemesis, Doc Dudshade, and his down-to-earth partner in crime, Bilious Green.
Wind direction, north by south by east-west. Condition of sky, variable high cloudiness. There's a low front and a high back. Let me see now. Allow for flight drift. That's it. X marks the spot.
Now, offhand, one might suppose that these two nefarious characters had turned to weather forecasting. But it's always an ill wind that blows when Dudshade is calling the signals.
All right, Bilious. Bring it here.
Here it is, boss. But I'd still like to know what's inside.
This, Bilious, is Doc Dudshade's latest secret weapon.
And it's so secret, even I don't know what it is.
Take my word for it, Bilious, that operatic dinosaur is as good as ours.
Thus, a few moments later, a proud and dedicated Dudshade surveyed his diabolical invention.
But, boss, what is all this?
Bilious, you are now looking at the one and only complete do-it-yourself invasion kit.
Huh?
Don't you see? With this, we can set up a blockade, blockhead. And once that gastronomic dinosaur lands, I'll have him and his animal friends so thoroughly fenced in, it'll make Waterloo seem like a plumber's mistake.
And with that, the two ne'er-do-wells sneaked back into their hole to await the falling of night. Meanwhile, something else was falling. Yes, Rags and Junior were finally grounded.
That's what I call a perfect three-point landing.
Well, time for my nap.
Right. Let's all get some shut-eye, fellas.
Unfortunately, though, while our valiant heroes slumbered, there was dirty work afoot. Yes, true to his word, Doc Dudshade's invasion was on in full scale.
A little to the left, Bilious.
Right.
I said left.
Right. I mean left, boss.
Uh-oh, looks as though Dud Shade is about to give our boys a rather loud good morning.
Yeah, look.
Huh? Hey, where'd that come from?
Closer inspection showed it to be an ultimatum.
Hey, listen to this. It's from Doc Dudshade. Surrender the dinosaur, or else. I, Dudshade, Commander-in-Chief, have you completely surrounded. Oh, that's ridiculous. How could he have us alive?
How indeed. One glance was all it took to prove the effectiveness of Dud Shade's do-it-yourself invasion kit. It was all too clear to our little hero that they were in desperate straits. Speaking of straits and flushes, more trouble is brewing back in Lukapu Junction. For time is running out on Rags' $420,000 IOU, and Easy Mooney is anything but composed.
Time's up. I gave that tiger and his rabbit friend just 48 hours to pay. Well, nobody welches on Easy Mooney.
So listen already. So where you gonna look for them?
I'll search every tiger's cage and rabbit hutch from here to Hoboken.
You want I should go with you, Easy?
No, you stay and watch the store. I'll either come back with the $420,000 they owe me or 2 animal trophies.
Why?
Back in no man's land, Crusader and his comrades are deeply involved in other matters. For Dud Shade is pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, hey, it's snowing.
Oh, these are propaganda leaflets, Rags. Look, give me the dinosaur, and I'll call the invasion off. Love, Dudshade.
To whom it concerns, up to now we hit you with notes and telegrams. Now comes the heavy stuff.
Heavy stuff?
Yeah, I'm afraid he means bullets and bombs.
Yeah, not Doc Dudshade. Why, he wouldn't shoot at us. I'll hold a truce with him and talk it over. Yeah, all I can say is it's a good thing I don't have to blow my nose.
Yeah, but what I can't figure out is why Dudshade is so anxious to get Seymour.
Yeah, don't worry, Seymour. We'll protect you.
While our heroes are keeping their spirits high and their heads low, let's see what's going on in the enemy's camp.
I told you not to shoot. You might have hit the dinosaur.
I'm sorry, boss, but when I saw that hanky, I saw red.
You mean white, stupid. Look, all we gotta do is sit tight.
And sit tight they did until the day and Dud's patience began running out.
What gives with these dumb animals? They should be starving by now.
A shrewd calculation. Our boys were in need of nourishment, but what Dud Shade didn't count on was friend Dinosaur's appetite. Seymour's first thought upon awakening was to put something in his stomach. And he didn't care what.
Yeah, now I know why Doc wants Seymour.
Why?
Lease him out to the city as a king-size disposal unit.
But Dud Shade was occupied with other thoughts.
Egad, he's eating up our blockade.
Sure enough, in a matter of minutes, Dud Shade's blockade went down as the main course in Seymour's lunch.
That does it. I don't care what happens now. You may fire when ready, Bilious. Well, what are you waiting for, stupid?
Ah, but Bilious was no longer there, and in his place, armed to the teeth, stood Easy Mooney.
You seen a rabbit who welched on me?
Welched rabbit? I don't think so. The only hare in this vicinity has a tiger as his pal.
That's him. I got the tiger's IOU for $420,000, and I aim to collect.
That evil smirk on Dud Shade's leering face can mean but one thing. He has a plan.
I tell you, Mooney, that $420,000 is chicken feed. Those dumb animals over there have got a dinosaur that's worth millions.
Naturally, Easy was skeptical until he learned that Seymour sang. Dud Shade proposed that they not only trade the IOU for the dinosaur, but he offered Mooney a split right down the middle, 60-40.
How do I know you won't pull a fast one?
You can trust me. I've been swindling all my life.
It seemed like a money-making proposition to Mooney, so the partnership was formed. Meanwhile, our wee hero was deeply involved in the subject of dinosaurs.
Oh, wish I could figure out why Doc Dudshade wants Junior so badly. Unless...
Further speculation was cut short by the arrival of that new business firm, Dudshade and Mooney, swindlers at large.
I believe you're acquainted with my new partner, Easy Mooney.
Yeah, we sure are. How's card tricks, EZ?
I guess you come to collect the $420,000, huh?
Not necessarily.
Imagine Crusader's surprise to learn that the IOU would be theirs if they surrendered the dinosaur. It took our resourceful hero but a second to uncover the reason behind Dud's scheme.
And you want Seymour because he can sing?
That's it. Why, with proper handling, he can be a star. You can't stand in his way.
Well, okay, it's a deal.
Huh?
What's this? Is Crusader really going to sacrifice Seymour to this unscrupulous money-mad pair? But wait, that gleam in our tiny hero's eye.
Okay, now Seymour's yours.
All right, partner. Let's hear our dinosaur sing.
Yeah, and will you be surprised?
Me.
So that's the $1 million voice, eh?
Egad, that rabbit has outfoxed me again. Well, toodaloo.
And so as Dud's shade calmly sinks in the west, let us return to Galahad Glen, once more a thriving, prosperous community of homeowners, and to the hollow oak tree residence of our heroes Crusader and Rags.
You see, Rags, according to Who's Zoo, all dinosaurs are born with beautiful singing voices. But as soon as they're 2 days old, their voices change.
And that's why you agreed to trade Seymour for the IOU.
Right. I knew we were putting one over on old Doc Dudshade.
Congratulations, Crusader. Have an apple. Hey, where'd they go?
Same place our apple tree went. Look.
There is a place where the northern lights transform the sky.
Anything out of the ordinary, you telephone me, night or day.
Modern mermaids spring from the sea.
What's the most amazing thing you ever found?
Impossible to say. See, there's something amazing every 2 or 3 weeks.
The land breathes with an ancient mystery.
Where are we?
And all who witness its wonders come to believe in its magic.
What about the sky?
Sky, sir, is amazing.
I wish you could see it. I wish I could describe it to you
Just like I'm seeing it.
This is the new film from the producer of Chariots of Fire, Local Hero.
Survey teams have found just about the only suitable bay on the entire coast.
I think we should get a negotiator on the side right away. We're here on kind of a mission.
Same here.
I don't want to be coy with you, Gordon. We want to buy the whole place. We want to buy everything from the cliffs to the north, through to the bay on the far side. That's all.
Oh, boy. Are we going to be rich?
Peter Riegert, Burt Lancaster.
Take the chopper, go to Aberdeen, get on over to Houston.
I want to stay here. Run the hotel. Do little bits of business. You can go to Houston. Take the Porsche, the house, the job. It's a good life there, Gordon.
Local Hero. The story of an ordinary man who cared enough to do something extraordinary. Local Hero.
we'll meet them on the road?
Got a good chance to.
Here's the payroll. We found it right where it was thrown.
Splendid. Now we can...
Ready,
calling crowd. Ready, calling crowd.
Yes, Your Excellency. I was just about to call you to report that we are about to put our ray gun into operation again.
I have another mission for you first. Do you have an atomic bomb strong enough to start a volcanic eruption in the Mount Alta crater?
Yes, but an eruption in that mountainous area would do very little damage.
On the contrary, it will do a great deal of damage. The present atmospheric conditions on Earth indicate that the eruption would cause torrential rains, and the resulting floods should seriously disrupt transportation and defense measures.
An excellent idea. We shall carry it out at once.
Very well. Then start an intensified campaign with the ray gun. Earth's defenses must be completely broken down before we can risk an invasion from the moon.
Yes, Your Excellency. You've heard the orders? Charter a plane and drop one of our atomic bombs into the Alta crater. Nature will do the rest.
Okay. When do we do it?
At once. I will get you the bomb.
It does.
If the moon men did start that eruption, they certainly got results.
Well, somebody must have started it. That volcano's been dead for years. Took quite a blast to get it going again. An atomic bomb dropped from a plane would seem to be the only answer.
You know, Commando Cody thinks that maybe...
How'd you make out? I think we're on the right track. The second airport I checked had chartered the plane on the day of the eruption to 2 men, answering the description of Graber and his pal. Then we're right. They're the ones who bombed the volcano. Looks like it.
Yes, but that doesn't help us catch them. Couldn't you get a line on them?
The names and addresses they gave were phony, but I did get one break. The airport manager borrowed these matches from Graber and forgot to give them back. Al's Cafe. That might do us some good. It at least means they've been there. And if we're lucky, they might be regular customers. So let's go and look the joint over. Right. If we hear anything, Joel, we'll give you a call.
Yeah, I know the guys you mean. They come in here pretty often, but I don't know their names or anything about them.
Well, if they show up, I wish you'd call me.
Oh, sure. I sure will, Mr. Cody.
Thanks.
I'll drill him. You or the cops try to follow us, I'll give it to him quick.
They took your pal, Mr. Cody. You gonna call the cops?
I don't dare to. They'd kill him sure.
Never find him down there.
You're right. And as soon as he can get to a phone, he'll have the cops on our trail. The road to Clark Mountain is just up ahead. We'll hide out there until Krog can send us another car. Calling Krog. Calling Krog.
Come in, Graver.
We just had a run-in with Cody again. Our car is hot. We'll have to have another one.
Where are you?
We're heading up to Clark Mountain. We'll stop before we get to the top and wait there.
Very well, I'll have another car out there as soon as possible.
What do you think they'll do to him?
Oh, it's hard to tell. They'll certainly hold him until they pick... Cody Laboratory. Ted, where are you?
In a gas station on Highway 17. I jumped out of the car and gave them the slip.
Good work. Now we can go after them. Where are they heading?
They were going up the Clark Mountain Road.
I'll use the rocket suit and try to find them.
Okay, don't worry about me. I'll come a ride back to town.
Phone the police and tell them to block the highway on the other side of the mountain.
Right. Police headquarters.
Hey, Daly. Quit worrying. Car can't get here for a while yet. Hey, it's Cody. Time to get out of here. Follow me. Keep moving. When Cody gets here, give yourself up. Try not to get too close to him.
But look,
Don't argue. Do what I tell you.
Don't move. Drop your gun. Where's Graber?
This is Paris, and I'm an American who lives here. I'm a painter. All my life, that's all I've ever wanted to do. Brother, if you can't paint in Paris, you better give up and marry the boss's daughter. Oh, I have a lot of good friends in Paris. A lot of very good friends.
And I am one of them. I'm a concert pianist. That's a pretentious way of saying I'm unemployed at the moment. I like Paris. It's a place where you don't run into old friends, although that has never been one of my problems. Strangely enough, I made a friend over here once. I worked for him. His name was Henri Borel. You know, the French music hall star. Do you remember him?
I remember, because that is me.
Begin today, you'll find it nice. The quickest way to paradise. I'll build a stairway to paradise with a new step every day.
She's an exciting girl. She's like a sunbeam. When she walks down the street, everybody feels a little better.
C'est magnifique! Wonderful, it's marvelous. She should care for me.
Paris is a mood, a longing you didn't know you had until it was answered. Paris is it's like love, or art, or faith. It can't be explained, only felt.
Just listen to my heart go pitter-pat. It started from the start. I felt like that. Hum it, strum it, sing it, drum it. What a thrill I'm getting from it. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la.
over.
It's over. War to end war. The world celebrates peace.
Peace for all time.
But there is still a shadow.
The unheeding world neglects the first signs.
But little by little the shadow grows. One man alone,
Has dared to forge anew the dreadful forces of destruction.
and unleash them.
How has this thing come to pass?
Adolf Hitler was born 51 years ago in Austria.
Near the German frontier.
He is still very young when his father died.
In early life, he is sickly.
But by the time he goes to school, he's sturdy enough. Just like any other schoolboy.
Who could imagine that young Adolf at 7
Would have developed into this 25 years later.
At the age of 19, without waiting to get his diploma, he leaves school and takes the entrance examination for the Academy of Painting in Vienna.
he failed?
He returns home to find his mother seriously ill.
Death soon takes her.
Adolf Hitler is left alone, friendless, and without means.
At the age of 20, he finds himself among the pitiful army of the unemployed.
He tries his hand at art again.
He paints watercolors, which friends try to sell for him in the cafes of Vienna.
Not successfully.
So he takes copies of old masters.
And forges names to them.
Yet for all this, he earns only enough to keep himself from starvation and to find a bed at night.
In the doss houses of Vienna.
He's 25 years old, this Austrian.
When Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany decrees the war of 1914.
The Kaiser promises, I shall lead you to an era of wonders.
Wonders indeed. Germany invents new war horrors. First use of poison gas. Frightfulness, they called it then. Flammenwerfer by the Germans. Germany invents air raids, a nightmare legacy for all mankind. The Lusitania, 1,200 men, women, and children drowned. Spurlos versunken, sinking without trace. Another German invention. Hitler had dreamed of military glory, but again he must resign himself to obscurity.
Along with Germany, his country is defeated.
Is ruined.
And he himself, after 4 bitter years of warfare, has gained nothing but a corporal's stripe.
One other thing.
You see for the first time the moustache, which was later to become...
And later still?
Hitler is 30 years old and a failure.
So he must have remained.
But the ex-Kaiser's era of wonders has turned out to be an age of grinding poverty and chaos.
And it is this situation that gives Adolf Hitler his chance at last.
To avoid their just payments, appropriate punishment for their crime against humanity in 1914,
the Germans resort to inflation.
Money melts like snow.
In 1920, the dollar is worth about 10 marks.
In 1921, 100 marks.
In 1922, 1,000 marks.
In the spring of 1923, 100,000 marks.
And in the same year, millions and millions of marks, until we reach the astronomical figure of 4 billion marks to the dollar.
Inflation cheats the Allies, but it also brings ruin to Germany.
The moral fiber of the whole nation is sapped.
Evil soil, but fertile soil.
For the coming sowing of the seeds of Nazism.
Hitler has by now become a secret agent. In other words, a spy.
In the service of the Reichswehr.
Hitler has been entrusted with the task of watching the activities of a new political party, the German Workers' Party in Munich.
And while still in the pay of the army, he first joins and then takes the leadership of the very organization he was paid to spy upon. He changes the title to the National Socialist German Workers' Party,
which is speedily contracted to that word of dire meaning, Nazi. In 1923, the wretchedness and discontent of the people are at their worst.
It is on November the 9th that Hitler and his associates, including the famous General Ludendorff, decide that the moment has come for them to make a bid for power.
They are so sure of success that they draw up in advance the proclamation that their provisional government will make to the people after their coup d'etat.
But the coup d'etat failed.
The Nazi ranks waver and break.
On the eve of the rising, Hitler had sworn to do or die.
I have bullets in my revolver for my comrades and one for myself. If we fail, he declared.
It was just a promise.
First of so many.
He failed, but he did not kill himself.
He ran away.
But he is caught and put on trial.
The sentence is 5 years imprisonment in the fortress of Landsberg. But his treatment is by no means severe, and he uses this enforced leisure to write his now famous Mein Kampf.
Germany's Book of Doom.
Outside the prison walls, the situation continues to cause alarm.
It is feared the communist propaganda will ultimately triumph.
Those who had supported Hitler before, captains of industry, financiers, generals,
unite to obtain his freedom.
It isn't Hitler they're concerned about. They want to create a diversion against the menace of the Red Wave.
He is released from prison to find that his backers are readier than ever to give him help.
And so begins that era of power propaganda that eventually makes Hitler not the leader of a party, but imposes him upon a whole people.
Leaflets,
pamphlets,
books,
an avalanche of words
and promises.
The German loves the uniform.
So Hitler gives out uniforms. Uniforms for everybody.
Uniforms for boys.
Uniforms for girls.
For journalists, for motorists, workmen.
Whole factories are made over to manufacturing Nazi uniforms.
Newspapers are required to spread the doctrine.
Nazi cigarettes are introduced with pictures of the leaders on the cards.
And the factories where the cigarettes are made belong to the party.
The sales of cigarettes, uniforms, arms, insignia, flags, bring in over 70 million marks a year.
All profits for the party.
The Nazi party. Like a quack selling a panacea at a fair, Hitler makes the Germans believe that the Nazi policy is a cure for all their ills.
He promises everything to everybody. And all the time, the big parades go on.
Bigger and always bigger.
So that the people in their wretchedness, hungry and unemployed, swarm in their thousands into the Nazi organization. The brown shirts become an army, the private army of a single man.
A man who aspires to become dictator of Germany.
Dictator of Europe itself.
But many serious Germans still hold him suspect.
The problem is solved in one stroke. The Reichstag, Germany's parliament building, catches fire on the night of February the 27th, 1933, a few days before the so-called elections, which were to confirm or otherwise Hitler's accession to the chancellorship.
The communists are proclaimed the culprits.
Hitler and his men declare it was meant to be a signal for a Bolshevist revolution. It was, of course, necessary to produce the actual perpetrators of the fire. So a young Dutch half-wit named Marinus van der Lubbe, found by the police in the burning ruins,
although there were no witnesses to his arrest except the police,
is made the chief incendiary and put on trial.
The others arrested are 3 Bulgarian communists, Dimitrov, Popov, and Tanev. He voluntarily surrenders when he hears he is accused of complicity.
The trial is a mockery, a solemn legal farce.
Van der Lubbe has to...
One day, Van der Lubbe shakes off his torpor.
How many more times have I got to say it? Yes, I set fire to the Reichstag. I've said it hundreds of times. This has been going on for 8 months now. This torture. I've no strength left. I can't stand it. Yes, I set fire to the Reichstag. I did it myself. Now sentence me and leave me in peace.
Van der Lubbe is condemned to be beheaded. The others, except Torgler, are set free.
So Hitler is confirmed as chancellor. He announces his policy. To the workmen, more wages. The employers, no strikes. To the small shopkeepers, legislation against the big stores. To mothers and children, protection against child labor.
Promises. Promises that would have placed a whole nation in chains of slavery.
The parade-maddened public acclaim him. Ovation succeeds ovation, but his megalomania is still not satisfied. One obstacle yet remains in the way of his ambition.
Hindenburg is President of the Republic, and it must not be forgotten that Germany is a republic. The old Marshal is a legendary figure of the Great War, a national hero, a national idol still, and behind him is the German army.
Is yet untouched by the taint of Nazism.
But Hindenburg is old, very old, and Hitler knows he cannot live much longer. So he decides to become president too, and thus sole ruler of Germany.
Then to remilitarize the nation on a scale never before known to mankind.
First, however, he must deal with trouble in his own ranks. He hears of plotting. Hindenburg names General von Schleicher as his successor.
Hindenburg has no love for Hitler. He despises him as a gas man.
General von Schleicher and Captain Ernst Röhm, swashbuckler and perverts, join together in a strange alliance to overthrow Hitler.
Hitler acts as always, instantly and without mercy. General Goering is given the task of cleaning up Berlin, and his first target is the man who stands between his chief and the final fulfillment of his ambition.
General von Schleicher?
Well?
You've seen nothing? You've heard nothing? If not,
Victims are hounded out and shot down in scores.
some are told that their arrest was a mistake. They are freed.
Shot while attempting to escape was the official excuse.
Heil Hitler!
Hitler sends me that.
Yes, he hasn't forgotten you were once his friend.
It's very nice of him.
He wants to save you the fate usually reserved for traitors. He doesn't like to think of stormtroopers walking around boasting of having shot the great Captain Rome.
You mean he wants me to commit suicide? No, I won't take it. I won't make it easy for him by committing suicide. You will tell him he'll have to murder me, too. He'll have to finish the job himself to make it thoroughly worthy of him. I don't want his mercy. I want a dozen bullets in my guts, like my friends.
I'd advise you to think it over.
Hitler is no master of the situation.
And within only a few weeks, Hindenburg has the good grace not to exhaust his rival's patience.
He takes leave of life on the 2nd of August, and prolonged obsequies are ordained, culminating in the funeral at Tannenberg.
The German papers that announced the president's death at the same time published the text of a law adopted the day before,
while Hindenburg was still living,
decreeing Hitler president and chancellor.
The same day, German troops are compelled to take a strange new oath.
An oath of fidelity to Hitler personally.
I swear by God this sacred oath that I will render unconditional obedience to the leader of the German Reich and people, Adolf Hitler, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and that I will, as a valiant soldier, at all times be ready to stake my life for this oath.
And while the German people mourned the passing of the great marshal, the Austrian upstart secured himself finally in position as head of the German state.
All that remains is the election.
To confirm his succession.
The people must decide.
A foregone conclusion under the mass attack of Goebbels' hysterical propaganda.
Hitler is duly confirmed.
More acclamations.
More ovations.
But the public expects more than this. They want the fulfillment of all those pledges.
Hitler cannot deliver.
But he can and does dope his dupes with growing doses of anti-Semitism.
He puts into effect his theory of racism, according to which only the 100% Aryan is worthy of living and propagating his kind in Germany.
How different from the ideal are the leaders themselves.
Hitler, thinking far ahead, sets out to capture the youth of Germany. But Hitler, who has made racism the foundation of National Socialism, cannot be sure that he himself is a true Aryan.
His father was the natural son of a young woman named Schicklgruber, and he nearly came to bear that name himself.
Could he have become the master of Germany if that had been the case? Instead of Heil Hitler, imagine the Nazi salute, accompanied by the ridiculous chant,
Heil Schicklgruber! But as it happened, an old man, Johann Georg Hitler, at the age of 84, acknowledged as his son Adolf Hitler's father, the illegitimate Alois Schicklgruber, at that time 39 years old.
Was old Johann Georg Hitler really the man to whom Maria Anna Schicklgruber, the farm girl, had surrendered 40 years previously?
Famous men, if they are Jews, are forced to flee their country.
3 Nobel Prize winners.
Einstein,
James Franck,
Freud.
All have to go.
And should the fever show signs of abating, it can readily be whipped up again.
Shops are branded and then broken into, wrecked,
plunder.
Any attempt at resistance is a signal for a beating. A collective fine is imposed on all the Jews in Germany, a total sum running to millions of marks.
Those who resist go to the dreaded Dachau concentration camp, where 100 die in the first 5 weeks. But in any case, the money is collected.
The wealth thus confiscated is used to help meet the cost of Germany's colossal rearmament.
Not all the money is used in this way.
Some goes to line the pockets of Nazi leaders.
This hermit of Berchtesgaden wears strange sidelight on his complex character. Guarded by his boys, stormtroopers, he stands alone against this impressive background, face to face with the gigantic idol he has made of himself.
If Hitler knows nothing of the sentiment common to mankind, it is because a single passion, all-absorbing, dominates him. He wants to be not only the greatest, the most powerful, but the only master.
Even above God, whom he does not recognize, unless the clergy submits to his will.
We do not want any other God but Germany itself, cries Hitler. Goebbels echoes, God manifested himself not in Jesus Christ, but in Adolf Hitler. Christ is a false prophet, but he was a Jew, and Judaism is the source of all woes.
All kinds of books are broadcast expounding the Nazi theory.
Bolshevism, the fruit of Christianity,
fall of the gods.
The Pope wants war.
Catholic priests and Protestant clergymen, including the martyred Niemöller, are attacked or imprisoned when they resist the imposition of the Nazi theory upon their religion.
Greater than the cross in Germany is the hooked cross. Hitler's power, symbolized by this cross, must be imposed everywhere, on everyone.
And it even descends, this cult of Hitler, from a certain grandeur to the completely ridiculous.
Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
And so the people howl, and they fly the flags. Obedience and discipline.
Sie gegen jedermann zu vertreten und zu schützen, so mitzuhelfen am Aufbau eines wirklichen und besseren Friedens. So wahr uns Gott helfe.
Grüßt deine Führer und Befreier, Sieg! Sieg! Sieg!
But for all the well-orchestrated evasions, Hitler knows that he's not silenced all consciences.
There are still those who would like to reach behind this living wall of machine-made enthusiasm.
The only news that they get in their newspapers is Nazi news. And it is forbidden to listen in to foreign radio.
The Nazis try to create a Germany of just one opinion, one point of view.
The human mind in quarantine.
Punishment for listening in to foreign countries is severe. In the final resort, the penalty is death. German newspapers themselves have announced sentences for this crime of penal servitude ranging from 3.5 to 5 years.
Crime of wanting to hear the truth.
But the people do listen, and ingenious tricks are resorted to.
Still parades, and more parades. With Hitler now apparently assuming the role of a Nazi Nero.
He maintains his torrent of oratory.
Dass Sie an diesem 29. Ihre Pflicht erfüllen, sollen unseres Volkes und seiner Zukunft wegen. Denn wir sind vergänglich, aber Deutschland wird bestehen. Wir werden sterben, aber Deutschland muss leben, jetzt und immer.
An orgy of ringing declarations.
The German people have no thought of invading any country. The German government, like the German people, are filled with the unconditional wish to make the greatest possible contribution to the preservation of peace in this world. Hamburg, August 1934. 10 months later, Germany announced conscription. We want to be a peace-loving element among the nation. We cannot repeat that often enough. The first and best principle in our government's program is that we shall not lie. When have the German people ever broken their word?
This is the man who solemnly promised to respect the Versailles Treaty and the Locarno Pact.
On March the 7th, 1936, German troops occupied the demilitarized zone of the Rhineland in violation of those treaties.
May 1935. Germany neither intends nor wishes to interfere in the international affairs of Austria, to annex Austria, or to conclude an Anschluss.
5 months later, the Germans instigate riots in Vienna, and on July the 25th, they decide upon the murder of Chancellor Dollfuss, who opposes the Anschluss.
The Nazis masquerade in the uniforms of the regular Austrian army, seize the broadcasting station, and announce falsely that the Dollfuss ministry has resigned and that Grintelin, a pro-Hitler Austrian minister, has taken his place.
Meantime, other Nazis have invaded the chancellor and shot down Dolphus.
He is carried into an office and placed on a settee. And for nearly 4 hours, he lies bleeding to death, deprived of any help whatsoever.
There ensues one of the strangest, most poignant dramas of the days before the war.
Is that you, Fay? Are you all right?
Yes. So are the others.
Well, I am going to die, and I just want you to look after my wife and children.
Of course I will.
You promise?
I swear it.
For the time being, our good friend Mussolini will look after them. We can trust him.
Chancellor, I allowed Major Fay to come here so that you could speak to him on serious matters. The first and most important thing for you to do is to order the army to make no move against us.
Send for a priest.
Chancellor, you shall have a priest on conditions.
Yes?
Give immediate orders that Rintelen shall be placed at the head of the government and that the army shall take no action against us.
I only want peace. No blood must be shed on my account. But Schuschnigg is the man to form a new government.
I tell you, the man we insist upon having is Rintelen.
The one man for Austria is Schuschnigg.
Dolphus dies without yield.
The Nazi attempt fails.
Austria remains Austria.
For the time being.
An immense throng attends the state funeral of the little Chancellor, and Cardinal Initza, Archbishop of Vienna, declares,
"He endured the death throes of our Lord, surrounded by enemies."
Austria's respite is only temporary.
In March 1938, Hitler sends for Chancellor Schuschnigg and compels him to invite the Germans to take over Austria. German troops march into Vienna.
The crime is consummated.
Schuschnigg meets a fate almost worse than that of Dolphus. He is thrown into prison to face no one knows what torments.
Cardinal Initza sees his palace invaded and sacked by a fanatical mob of Hitler youth.
Let's try this door. Come on. Look at it locked. Let's go on the other side.
Hello, police. Hello, police.
Hurry up. Up you go. Break the window. Yes, smash it open. Break open the window.
Please, send help quickly.
Go on. Break it. Use your gun. Go on, break it down. Let's go on. Don't get the other. Don't get the other end. That's right. Break it in. Come on.
Stop. I beg of you, do not commit sacrilege. Remember, this is the house of the Prince of the Church.
You old humbug, you can't stop us. Get out of the way. Come on. Here you are. There's another one coming down.
No, please. We are precious treasures of the church.
Get out of the way. If he won't let it go, send him down with it. Yes, send him down. Burn him.
rather the people, for they know not what they do.
The pace of events intensifies.
After the Austrian, the Sudetenland crisis.
War seems inevitable. But the Pact of Munich establishes a new agreement.
Hitler guarantees formally and solemnly Czechoslovakia's new frontiers.
Czechoslovakia, faithful to her undertaking, relinquishes the Sudetenland territory to the troops of the Reich.
The world breathes with relief.
And on the 26th of September, 1938, Hitler says of the Sudetenland,
"This territorial claim is the last I have to make in Europe. I have assured Mr. Chamberlain, and I repeat now, that when the Sudeten problem is settled, Germany will not raise any more territorial questions in Europe."
Here are the words from the Führer's very mouth.
Ich bin Mr. Chamberlain dankbar. Ich habe dem versichert, ich habe weiter versichert und ich wiederhole Sie, dass wenn dieses Problem gelöst ist für Deutschland, es kein territoriales Problem in Europa
within
gibt.
6 months, the promise is broken.
Czechoslovakia ceases to exist, and German troops enter Prague.
In the same month, the ogre of Berlin swallows the mere morsel of Memo, the Lithuanian port.
Great Britain decides upon conscription, and Hitler is solemnly warned that any further act of aggression means war.
The sands are running out, and August 1939 brings the most cynical stroke of all.
4 years before, Hitler had declared,
"Between Germany and Russia, there is a gulf that can never be bridged."
But von Ribbentrop arrives in Moscow to sign a non-aggression pact between Hitler and Stalin.
The astonishment aroused throughout the world is soon tinged with irony.
So paradoxical is this new friendship between the two dictators.
Current cartoons hit off the situation.
I've changed my emblem a little just to please you.
There's nothing new under the sun.
Hitler and Stalin disguised as Frederick II and Catherine the Great. Germany is no less astonished than the rest of the world.
Especially the older people who are unable to understand such a fantastic somersault.
But Hitler has always concentrated on youth. The young people are his.
Caught up in their earliest years in the great Nazi machine.
They think as Hitler wishes them to think. They will do only what Hitler wishes them to do.
Their fanatical belief in their leader transcends all other considerations.
Even family ties.
Mother?
Where are you going?
Upstairs to my room.
No. Stay here. There are things I must talk to you about.
Oh, Mother, must we? Can't we leave it till later?
No, later I may find excuses for you. Later I may even have begun to love you again. I want to speak to you now while I feel only contempt for you. While I see in you nothing but a despicable little spy. I've got used to distrusting servants. Strangers, even friends. But one's own child. No, that didn't seem possible. How could you bring yourself to do it? You must have hated your father. Why?
I didn't hate him. I love him.
Love him?
Yes. And I'm suffering as much as you are, probably more. After all, I was the one who had to denounce him.
Oh, they forced you. They suspected your father and questioned you. Threatened you, perhaps.
Do you really think that I'd yield to threats?
Well, it would have been an excuse.
I don't need excuses.
I don't understand.
That's obvious. When Emmy Anker informed on her mother, she didn't understand either. And when Franz Weber denounced his elder brother, his parents cursed him.
Who are these people you're talking about?
My comrades of the Hitler Youth. And yet, after denouncing her mother, whom she adored, Emmy Anker hanged herself, and Franz Weber tried to commit suicide. You see, they'd simply done their duty, knowing they'd pay for it with their lives.
Duty? Is that what you call it? To spy on your own family? To betray those who love you? Is that what you call duty? So you're proud of what you did. You sneaked off to your leader and repeated your father's words of your own free will?
Of course.
You're mad. You're all of you mad.
You don't understand anything that doesn't conform with your comfortable bourgeois ideas. All the time you use the words family and love. Well, you know what I think? If Germany is weak and poor and foreign countries don't respect her, it's your fault. Yours and other mothers like you. You can't make a nation strong by bringing up her children in the bourgeois atmosphere of the home, by softening their spirit with sloppy sentiment. I wish I'd never loved you, never loved Father.
Hermann, don't. Don't, my little one. You don't know what you're saying. It's so terrible, these things you're telling me. It's horrible.
Love is within the reach of any mere animal. The only sentiment that truly ennobles man is the spirit of sacrifice. Our Führers taught us that. That is why I despise your tales and why I'm proud of myself. I suppose that when I think of my father, I shall suffer sometimes. But I haven't any remorse. I know that I have no duties to anything but Germany, and I only live to serve her.
What a crime.
What a crime. And now the final and greatest crime of all.
Poland invaded.
Open towns bombed. Over 350 ships mined, torpedoed, or bombed to the depths.
Half of them innocent neutrals. Finland.
Denmark. Norway. No people, however remote, are safe.
Luxembourg. Holland. Belgium.
Security vanishes from Europe.
And still another crime. France, too, is laid in ruins and devoured by the war dogs of Europe.
Why did Hess fly to the British Isles? Although it has not been officially admitted, the world now has reasons to believe that Hess came with a peace offer. Stop the war and join the Nazis in a joint war against the Soviet Union. Hitler faced another winter of war and starvation. Grab the Ukrainian wheat, grab Baku's oil and other materials of war. Attack Russia was the order. Another pledge broken, another Hitler crime. Eastward, westward. Where to next? Will this man be the master of your destiny? America answers no.
As a reporter who spent quite a bit of time in Hitler Germany and who wrote a diary which had the good fortune to be read widely by a great many Americans, I've been asked by the Army-Navy Screen Magazine to talk about the film you're going to see. Well, the film is concerned with the Nazi youth movement. That is, it's about what Hitler has been able to do with the young people of Germany during the 12 years he's been in power. It's also enemy film, captured on the Western Front only a very short time ago. Perhaps that's one of the remarkable things about these pictures. They're so terribly recent. This is not a film of 5 years ago, or even of 2 years ago. To be precise, this is training film photographed in the winter of 1944 and 45, when, by all ordinary standards, the Germans should be ready to quit. Germany cannot be defeated, their set faces say. Let the very old doubt. Let the seriously wounded and the mortally ill believe all is lost. But not they, the young people. They, the young, will not betray the sacred trust put in them by their Führer. They will still carry their banners high. And where, we ask, does this strength come from? Why are they so confident? Where does it begin? Here's where. And here, in this crib, or in a carriage where a baby lies, his mind like a fresh tablet, white and unruled. Anything can be written on that tablet, as the Nazis well know. So they begin their education for hate and death, war and conquest, by taking the child from his parents and turning him over to the Bund Deutscher Mädchen, a young girls' organization with over 1 million members, already dedicated to the principles of Nazism. We will not permit them to lapse into the old way of thinking Hitler has said of the children in these carriages. Instead, we will make them state children, and we will raise them according to plan. In Hitler Germany, when a child is able to walk, he's also able to march and to carry a flag. I saw many such demonstrations as these during my years in Berlin, and still they go on. Children who learn to say gun, grenade, and stuka at an age when you and I were learning the meaning of words like cat, rat, and bat. And instead of playing with dolls, they're taught to make helmets. Who uses a helmet? A football player, yes, but also a tank man. Here again in this group of Jugend, as they're called, we get the meaning of total war. Here in these children, now a little older, and proudly exhibiting their swastikas, we see what the Nazis mean when they say that every member of the new generation must be brought under the spell of National Socialism. Today we know from the Nazis' loud boasts that there is no schoolboy,
no apprentice working in the trade, whether a girl or a boy, who is not a member of some Nazi youth organization. In fact, such membership is compulsory, just as every young person is forced to dedicate himself to Hitler and the divine mission that Germany will one day rule the world. No, the young mind of the German child is no longer fresh and unruled. Hitler and the Nazis have marked it indelibly, black and deep with ideas we know belong to the Dark Ages: racial superiority, religious intolerance, and no respect for the rights of any people other than German. On the German report card, the word behavior has been changed to obedience. And here we see a group of Hitler youth being rewarded for their obedience and for the things they've learned, for knowing 141 experiments in gas and their antidotes, for knowing how to shoot, not only a rifle, but a machine gun. At the same time, they're taken on strength through joy tours and shown German monuments. Much time is spent on Frederick the Great, for he too once had the combined strength of Europe against him. But his enemies failed to remain united, and Frederick the Great emerged triumphant. And these German children are made to believe that the same thing will again happen in this war, that the English and the Americans hate each other, and that they have a common enemy in Russia. Every nation knows that its future resides in its youth, but no nation has known it better than Germany under Hitler, and none has worked harder to impress its young people with the ideas of sacrifice. And that's why, after 5 years of war, after Germany's cities have been bombed mercilessly and 6 million of her soldiers lie dead, the youth of Germany still wish to serve Hitler and eagerly accept jobs aboard submarines as helpers. Nothing would excite and please these young Nazis more than to venture into hostile waters on such a ship and sink important Allied shipping. This is General Guderian, a German hero to whom Hitler has given great power. We can understand the importance of young people in the minds of the Nazis when we realize that these personal appearances are part of a German general's daily routine. Guderian must not only match his military skill against men like General Eisenhower and Marshal Zhukov, but he must be ready at all times to impress upon the youth of Germany that Hitler is counting as much upon them as he is upon his armies. In the past, some have made the mistake of comparing various Nazi youth organizations with our own Boy Scouts and our YMCA. It's a bad comparison. This group of kids is not figuring out how to perform a good deed every day. They're not interested in helping a blind man cross the street or carrying an old woman's packages. This is war. These children know it, and they want more of it. Now we can begin to see why the German boy is so confident and why, when he learns the war is now being fought on sacred German soil, he is eager to volunteer for a labor battalion, eager to march off to dig the necessary tank traps and defense ditches. On the Western Front, we've captured boys like this. Because they are boys, we have not believed they were dangerous or a threat to our military operations. Only gradually, and at a cost to American lives, have we learned that they are fanatical Nazis, ready to spy and sabotage. Some we have executed, and others we have sent to prison for life. Now they furrow all Germany with fortifications, but when the time comes, they're ready to stand behind them with the guns and machine guns they've learned to use so skillfully and efficiently. Here, in an unidentified German city, the Hitler youth of 18 is welcomed into the Wehrmacht. But the welcome is merely a formality, for there has been no real transformation from civilian life to army life, as there has been in our own country, in England, and in Russia. These men have never known the pleasures of a home, of a family, of going to church on Sunday, and of having a sweetheart that one day they plan to marry. The entire life of these men has been in a Hitler uniform. Hitler's orders, stated clearly in Mein Kampf, have been obeyed. This is the German citizen of the next 25 years. This is the man who will still be a threat to any permanent peace when the guns have ceased firing. And it's because of them that the occupation of Germany is going to be one of our most difficult problems. These men are tough. We are going to have to be that much tougher if Americans don't want to be back in uniform in another 10 years, fighting Germany all over again.
On with the dance. Okay, Chicago.
All the stars above fall in love with its springtime loveliness. How can you say no when all the world is saying yes? Every Jack to his Jill is calling again. Up the hill, down the hill, they're falling again. All the world around is clover bound on that honeymoon express. How can you say no when all the world is saying yes?
Roberts, have you ever print that? So help me. Son, who are you to tell me what to print? I'm running this column and I'm taking orders from nobody, see? Now get out. And if you know what's good for you, you'll keep your dirty nose out of my business. Go on, blow.
Sure, you'll fix it up. With some more of your rotten publicity, I suppose. I never want my name in your column again. I don't want your money. Just lay off me, understand? Lay off me!
Where is this public nuisance who announced he would be here in spite of anything we could do to keep him out? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, where is Alvin Roberts?
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Mr. Alvin Roberts himself in person as advertised. It'll be a boy at the Reginald Taylor's on 5th Avenue, period. They can tell by the heartbeats, you dope. The Thomas H. Lehigh Steel Carligans, who were so quietly married late this summer, anticipate a blessed event. Miss Dorothy Lane, singer in the Midnight Review, anticipates a blessed event without benefit of clergy.
he did it. That's an awful lot of machinery to take off the ground.
Not for Johnny Stevens. That guy can fly anything. Say, do you smell anything?
No, what?
The story behind this.
Well, we got a statement from Thornton not 5 minutes ago, didn't we?
Yeah, a statement. A mimeographed handout. He can't do that to us. What are we, men or rats?
I don't know.
I still smell something. Come on, let's run down that smell.
Okay.
We're from the National News Service.
I believe Mr. Thornton has made an official statement.
Yeah, and I left it fluttering across the official field with the rest of the hot air. Look, this is personal. Johnny Stevens himself sent us here.
Oh, well, that's different.
Yes?
Mr. Thornton, there are two gentlemen of the press here to see you.
No, I don't want to see the newspaper man. Well, Johnny Stevens sent me. All right, I'll see them.
We go right in.
Thank you.
So Johnny Stevens sent you?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, not exactly.
Well, we did speak to him before he took off with the first of those bombers that you donated to the government.
$1 million worth of bombers is quite a patriotic gesture, Mr. Thornton.
Well, it's my money.
I wonder if it is. Early this year, you crashed every front page in the country by offering $1 million to anyone who could deliver Hitler dead or alive. $1 million for Hitler. $1 million for bombers. I'd rather get it straight from you than, well, start writing fiction. Now, will you talk?
I see. Well, I think I prefer that you get it straight. What you saw this afternoon was a monument to 3 men who undertook to satisfy a bitter and thoughtless hatred. My hatred of Hitler. I know better now. I've learned who our real enemy is. It was shortly after I made my $1 million offer for Hitler. I was in my laboratory here, dictating some notes to Miss Grange. And 3 men appeared in the outer office. They were a strangely assorted group.
Hey, Steve, the joint's empty.
Steve, why don't you forget about this? There's lots easier ways of making money.
Sure. I know a soft spot on the south side you could knock off just like that.
Look, I never done nothing small time in my life, and this ain't no time to start. Go on, knock at that door. Somebody must pay the rent around this joint.
Yes?
Is there a guy around here named Thornton?
Well, Mr. Thornton's in the midst of an experiment just now. Perhaps you could call
Look,
him.
Toots, tell him he can play with his toys later. We want to see Thornton right now.
Would you kindly inform Mr. Thornton that Mr. Steve Mashick and 2 gentlemen are here to see him regarding his offer in today's paper?
Thanks, Joe. You always make everything sound so nice. Quite a joint, isn't it?
Yeah. Reminds me of the layout you used to have on top of the Billings Hotel. Gee, it was swell. The 15th floor, all for ourselves.
Every room a nightmare in chromium.
Well, it wasn't bad at that.
Mr. Thornton will see you.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I just wanted to find out if this is on the level.
Yes, Mr. Magic. I'll pay $1 million to anyone who can definitely establish that he's dead.
I don't quite get it. What's the idea?
My brother was an exchange professor to Germany. The Gestapo murdered him because he insisted upon teaching the truth.
What about the dough? You got the $1 million?
Yes, and more. The reward money is deposited in the First National Bank.
That's good enough for me. I think you can consider the little guy with a trick mustache the same as with a lily in his hand right now.
I really believe you think you can do it.
Well, apparently, Mr. Thornton, you don't know with whom you're speaking. Here, look at this.
That's me.
Shut up, Dutch.
Steve Mashick, former underworld czar, and his 2 lieutenants, Joe the Book Conway, that's me, and Hans Dutch Haverman, were released from Alcatraz last Saturday after serving 11 years of a 12-year federal sentence for evasion of income taxes. It would have been only 10 and a half, except for a little legal technicality. Well, then it goes on to explain about some of the deals we were in.
Minneapolis bank robbery, Illinois pursuing, yes, desperate gang fight. Yes. Well, I can see that you gentlemen are well qualified. But, Mr. Magic, it seems to me that this is slightly different than your Usual operations.
The guy's nothing but a mobster. He can be had. Same as any other big shot. Look, mister, we know all the angles. That's our racket. You just get the dough situation and all the papers signed up with Joe there, and we'll be on our way. When Steve Massey takes a job, you get results. Right, boys?
That's right, Steve.
He's never missed yet, Mr. Thornton, except this once.
Well, I'll have my attorneys draw up the contract in the morning.
In the morning? What's the matter with right now?
Well, it's rather late.
You telling us? Your chief of police gave us 24 hours to get out of town. We ain't going to be here in the morning, Mr. Thornton.
Cutler speaking. Cutler, can you drop down here right away? Now? Believe it or not, I'm going to close that Hitler deal this afternoon. And I need you to drop the contract. All right, Thornton. Immediately.
Whereas all other conditions being agreed upon, I, Samuel Thornton, party of the first part, do hereby agree to pay the sum of $1 million in currency of the United States to Steve Matchick, Hans Haverman, alias Dutch, and Joe Conway, alias The Book, parties of the second part, upon being furnished satisfactory evidence that Adolf Schicklgruber, alias Hitler, a resident of Central Europe, is dead. But, Mr. Thornton, this is all so irregular that I don't believe it'll hold water in any country in the world.
As a contract, no, but as an insurance policy, yes. As stated there in paragraph 6, we are to be the beneficiaries of a policy on Hitler's life. We undertake to insure his death.
Yeah, and we're the undertakers.
Shut up, Dutch.
Where did you study law, Mr. Conway?
Alcatraz, 11 years of it.
Well, if you gentlemen will sign.
He's okay, Joe?
Just a minute. Suppose we fulfill our part of the contract and don't get back. What happens to the money?
Listen, baby. With $1 million waiting back here for me, I'll get back. Don't you worry about that.
But what if you don't? What would you like done with the $1 million?
Gee, what a sweetheart of a funeral you could have for $1 million.
Just build me a monument, will you?
We'll stipulate a worthy monument in the contract.
That's okay by me.
When we say Hitler, we mean the real Hitler, not one of his doubles.
Yes, that's important. Hitler is known to have a number of men make up to look exactly like him, to fool even the Germans as to who the real Hitler is.
Don't you worry your pretty little heads about that. When I get my hands on that bird, I'll know him. I'll guarantee you that.
I still don't see how you're going to hope to succeed. What are you going to do about the language? They still speak German over there.
Nothing to it, mister. We used to run a beer racket in Milwaukee. We'll get along all right. Well, let's sign these things and get out of here. Say, when we do get back, I'd like to have that dough in cash, in G-notes, okay?
Any way you like, except gold.
Oh, naturally. Gold wouldn't be legal. I always like to have a pocket full of G-notes. Makes me feel good, you know.
I understand perfectly. Oh, incidentally, how are you fixed for money now?
Oh, we got a few bucks between us. The warden gave us some. We can always pick up some more someplace else.
How much would you get someplace else?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe a yard and a half, whatever they happen to have. Enough to get started on. We wouldn't have any trouble with that kind of dough.
Well, I'd prefer that you concentrate on the business at hand. I suppose we call this an advance for operating expenses.
Well, thanks. That's perfect. Everything holding us up, Joe?
All set here. With your excellence.
Goodbye, Mr. Thornton.
Good luck, Steve.
So long, mouthpiece. Say, while we're over there, how much would it be worth to you if we knock off Mussolini at the same time? Maybe you're right.
So they left town by train and somehow managed to make their way to a recruiting station in Canada, where they enlisted in the Royal Canadian Air Force. They traveled in convoy across the North Atlantic. Arriving somewhere in England, they became parachute troops. All as a part of their carefully made plans. Johnny Stevens happened to be the pilot of a paratroop transport, flying it for practice maneuvers.
All right, Tommy, go ahead. Next, Steve.
Oh, no, sir. You're next.
I don't understand those boys.
They don't like these night jumps so much, do they, Captain?
No, they don't, Johnny.
Where's Captain Tanner?
Well, he decided to take a little jump for himself. Say, how's he heading?
110 degrees.
Well, change your course to 130 and hold it there in the automatic.
That'll fly us straight to Germany. But what is this?
Look, son, if you'll talk less and listen more, we'll get along a lot better.
I don't get it.
You're flying us to Germany.
Are you fellas crazy? Or are you Nazis?
Well, now, Johnny, that ain't nice.
How much gas you got left, kid?
Only enough for a few hours. Even if we're lucky enough not to get shot down, we'll never make it back to England.
That's tough, ain't it?
This will mean a court-martial for you fellas if we ever get back alive.
Sweetheart, when we get back, we won't be able to carry all the medals they'll hang on us. Now, be a good kid and sit around 130.
You don't want to talk to nobody, do you, Johnny?
There's a Jerry on our tail. He'll put buttonholes all over this old crate.
That's what he thinks. Give me that. Straighten her out, kid.
Steve, we're out of gas. We'll have to jump.
Set her in a circle, Johnny, so we won't land so far apart. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, see you later. I hope.
All right, Dutch.
Say, ain't we higher up than we was?
Ah, come on. Come on, Johnny, you too.
Go ahead, jump. I'll follow you.
Remember what it was I said to you about listening? Get out of here. I must be getting old.
It's a fine mess you've got us in.
I think it's kind of cute, even if I did think it up myself.
Say, you all right, boss?
Oh, sure, Dutch. You made it all right yourself, huh?
Yeah, okay. But I shouldn't be doing this sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, I got a nervous stomach.
Yeah, sure. Where's Joe?
Well, the last time I seen him, he was out on a limb. Say, it's a fine time for him to be climbing trees.
You know what happened to me?
Oh, yeah, we saw you. Who do you think you are, Tarzan? Sakes, climbing trees in the middle of... Well, let's see if we got dough, compass, map, flashlight. I guess we got everything okay.
It won't be long now till we face the firing squad.
What firing squad? I don't see none.
You will. Don't you realize we're lost somewhere in Germany?
Say, maybe you can show us exactly where in Germany. Here's a map. Now.
Well, I'd say about there, 200 miles west of Berlin.
Hey, that's a cinch. We can hitchhike that far, huh? Look at this road up there. Come on.
Hey, if this is some sort of a game, would you mind explaining so I can play too?
Son, it's a military secret.
Well, tell me one thing. Are you on our side or theirs?
Duck, quick! Well, it's the right truck, but the wrong direction. Wait a minute. Here comes another one. All right, you know the routine. Here we go. You'll pass.
Yeah.
Like I thought. No good, see? Coming with us, Johnny?
Yeah, but I don't know why.
Hey, Dutch, what have you found back there that makes you so happy?
You know what this truck is loaded with?
No. Beer? How do you like that? We knock off a truck and it's full of beer, just like old times, Joe.
Have one on the house.
Good old days. $100 a barrel and no questions asked.
I get it now. You fellas are gangsters.
Not anymore, Bub. We got a better record now. Here, have a beer in the house. Go ahead, go ahead. Boy. Take it easy, Joe. I want to get a hinge at that marker. ...345 kilometers. How far is that, Joe?
About 230 miles, I'd say.
Hey, you said 200 miles, kid. That ain't bad. It's all right. Go on, drink up, drink up.
I've got a hunch you're German spies.
Ah, you've been reading too many funny papers, kid. Hey, what was that old beer song we used to sing? Auf du lieber Holstein Street, Holstein Street, Holstein Street. Auf du lieber Holstein Street, alles ist weg. Geld ist weg, Wein ist weg, Geld ist weg, Wein ist weg. Auf du lieber Holstein Street, alles ist weg.
Uh-oh. It's the law. A couple of bicycles built for two right on our tape.
Step on this thing, see how fast it'll go, Joe.
There's no chance I'll run him in this can.
Well, okay, pull over the side. Dutch, just in case.
I get you. Yeah, these are the men.
You're under arrest. What's the charge?
Donnerwetter. You land by parachute, steal a truck, beat us at case all night, and then you ask, what is the charge?
Look, would we dare do all this in Germany without a very good authorized reason? Now, it may be you're interfering with something that concerns our leader very personally. Something we're not required to explain to any stray Kellner who happens along.
Oh, now, Joe, now, wait a minute. Don't pick on the poor guy. He don't know nothing. But these things aren't given out for everybody to chew over. Listen, mister, we just got in from England.
We know that. They found your plane.
We must get to your district leader at once, like prisoners under guard. Can you fix that up?
Yeah.
That's fine. Will you get us some gasoline for our truck?
Yeah.
Good. You have your monkeys fill it up, get us an armload of breakfast, and then afterwards, you escort us to the leader, right?
Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler!
This is only the beginning, small fry, only the beginning.
There is something very strange about this, and I'm determined to get to the bottom of it if it takes me... Donnerwetter. Your story of coming here is a message for the Führer himself alone, I do not believe.
Okay, so that's your hard luck.
You will speak respectfully?
If the Colonel will permit. And we've gone to a great deal of trouble and expense, and I might add, taken many risks to complete our mission. It'd be indeed regrettable if we were stopped now at the very threshold of success by an officer of the Reich.
What is your mission?
To obey the Führer, blindly but faithfully. To death, need be.
How do I know you are what you pretend to be? What proof can you give me?
We're here, ain't we? What kind of chumps do you think we are to put ourselves in a spot like this if we wasn't on the level?
Who ordered you to fly these men to Germany?
Nobody. I was on a routine training flight when these spies of yours stuck a gun in my back. Don't count me in on this. I'll have no part of your dirty Nazi trick.
Here. Don't blame him, Colonel. He's just a kid. He don't know any better.
He insulted the Reich?
Yeah, I know, but he's young. You remember what I told you about listening instead of talking? There's no percentage in that, you know.
As one officer to another, I demand to be treated as a prisoner of war.
You will be treated as we wish. What base did you leave from?
Alcatraz.
Oh, is something?
Now keep that under your hat, will you, Colonel? We wasn't supposed to tell that to nobody. Dutch, why don't you keep your mouth shut?
Oh, what's the difference? He's one of the gang, ain't he?
Yeah, sure. But orders are orders. Tell nobody nothing and report only to the boss.
Gentlemen, you have represented that you are servants of the Third Reich, who are desirous of being held in protective custody until an interview can be arranged with our Führer. Is that correct?
Those were our orders.
Very well. It shall be done. Take them to the political cell 15. Captain Kramer, I have here 4 prisoners to be confined in the special political cell. Together, yes. With special guards on 24-hour duty to see that they are not communicated with by anybody.
What's the idea?
Wasn't you ever in stir before?
No.
I didn't think so. It's okay, go ahead and flop. Well, Dutch, how's it look to you? Feel at home?
I could sneeze my way out of this joint while even half trying.
You may have to.
Don't tell me. Just let me guess. Yeah.
Room service! Send up a bottle of bourbon, some ginger ale and ice right away. Hurry up!
Do you think they'll send it?
Maybe they will, Dutch. Maybe they will.
You are so nervous. I do not like to see my darling so nervous.
Perhaps you can help me with my problem.
I am yours to command.
4 Americans arrived night before last by plane, pretending that they have a message which can be delivered only to our Führer himself in person.
Pretending?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. If I could make sure, I have had our intelligence trace them. 3 are notorious criminals. One is a pilot whose plane they commandeered. He knows nothing. But as to the others...
What are the others?
I don't know. They are the kind of people our Führer would choose for a desperate mission. And yet...
Yet what?
Why should those American swine have the glory of bringing a message that may spell victory when I have worked so long and so hard? For what? A prison post. A mere jailer.
While if you deliver the message, you will sit at our Führer's right hand, high in the council of the new world, bringing the victory message.
Exactly. I must discover the message.
And then liquidate the Americans.
Naturally. You see how important it is?
Of course. I understand perfectly. Time is so short. Only 2 days. Herr Dr. Möller is already waiting at the villa to give our Führer nerve treatments. I have been ordered to prepare a dance recital for Saturday night.
And this is Thursday.
2 days.
No time for cleverness. I must force it out of them.
No.
Think I can? I have ways. They'll talk before I'm through, or they'll never talk again.
Much as I love you, I love Germany more. Our loves, our lives are nothing to the Reich. If these men have a message to deliver, they must deliver that message.
Of course. What was I thinking of?
My poor darling, you are so tired.
I'm ashamed of myself.
Nerves. Only nerves, darling. Even our great Führer has these attacks of despair. But he very wisely rests. And so must you. Go home, darling, and sleep. Please. What is that I should know? Go home and rest. You must rest.
Thanks. Good night. And thank you for saving my honor.
Good night, darling. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
You heard?
Yes.
You must get those Americans away from him. You must stop them from delivering the message.
If they were prisoners, anxious to escape, it would be different. With our contacts inside the concentration camp, but...
How soon can you reach them with a message?
Not before morning. We can work only through the kitchen.
That will have to do. Get ready to start a message through tonight.
Mush again. Don't they have anything else to eat in Germany?
I hope not.
Well, how do you like that? Some cook left a part of his deck of cards in the mush. That kills what appetite I had.
Hey, go pick that up.
What if I don't? Do I get thrown in jail or something?
No, but you get ants all over our cell if you throw stuff around. Hey, Johnny, you're going to have to improve your jail manners if you're going to room with us. Never throw food around. You get ants, flies, roaches, rats. Well, we'll have more livestock in here than you get in a zoo.
See, no wonder the cook ditched this. To Jonah. Now, why did that card have to come to me?
Oh, that's a lot of malarkey about the ace of spades being a death card. Don't pay any attention to it, Dutch.
Yeah, well, it's yours, Johnny. Keep it for a souvenir.
Thanks, I think I will at that. My luck can't be much worse. Hey, there's writing on this. It says...
Don't forget, we've got Mike sitting in on this deal.
And it's his turn to play dummy. There's a guy on that gate, too. Remember that. Now, listen. If we play like this don't mean a thing, the guy will never get wise. But the minute we start to whisper about this card, he's going to want to know what gives. Well, it says he knows. XX. What do you suppose that means?
Well, he knows obviously means that our host is all wised up.
Well, certainly them two X's ain't kisses. It's the old double cross in spades.
And it's signed at the bottom, Rosebud.
Rosebud?
Yeah.
Back in England, they say there's a girl over here who helps smuggle prisoners out of Germany.
Oh, baloney.
Oh, they even say she's got contacts all over the continent with high officials.
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh, they even say there's a big reward out for her.
Oh, how do you like that? Well, boys, I think that's our cue to end, Scrape.
Okay, Steve, when?
Now. Remember what I told you. You stay put. How do you like that? Guys like us sitting here in jail, getting a card signed Rosebud.
What's that about Rosebud?
Oh, hello, Snookpuss. We got a card here from Rosebud. How'd you like to put that in your album?
Let me see the card.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll keep it myself. They tell me that there's a big reward out for whoever turns her in. I could use a piece of change.
Give me the card.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'll give you one little look. Look behind the cat. Look at...
I told you I could sneeze my way out of here. These locks look good, but they're put together with soft iron rivets. They come apart like a baby's bank.
In political cell 15, microphone does not work. Yeah? I can hear nothing. Yeah. I will proceed there at once.
Put us room here. Get him up. Bust it. Back into that cell and keep your hands hot. Hurry up.
Take him, Dutch.
Grab him, Johnny. I got it. Best chance we got of crashing out of this joint is to grab ourselves a big shot for a fall guy. You guys stall out here while I go in and get hexed. Daylight? Why, sure. That's the best chance. Nobody's expecting it. Here, take this and get in them bushes. I'll be back in a minute.
Colonel Hecht's office. Captain Kuhn speaking. No, Colonel Hecht is not in. He phoned he was on his way about 10 minutes ago. Halt! Who are you? What do you mean by sneaking into this office without knocking? Come here!
Yes, sir.
What is your name?
Henry Gross.
Your identification card. Quickly!
Boys, kid, you better cop a sneak for yourself. This is our payoff, not yours.
I like this better than a firing squad.
Look.
Take the Countess home immediately!
Over a target.
There is a side road right ahead. Swing into it.
For what?
I am on your side. I sent you the warning.
Oh, you did? Look, sister, tell me what card I'm thinking of.
The ace of spades. There is a message on it. He knows. Double cross. It was signed Rosebud.
Okay, Johnny. Watch for that road.
There it is. Hide. Stay under cover. I will send someone for you after dark.
What gives here, sister?
Without friends to protect you, they will have you shot within an hour. I will take the car, throw them off the trail, and arrange a hiding place for you during the day.
Okay, all right.
Stay hidden.
What a dame.
She's wonderful.
Yes, but she said hide, didn't she? Well, let's hide. Come on.
It was so terrible.
It will be more terrible for them. Can't you remember more?
They turned into a little side road. It led nowhere, so they backed out again.
We saw that from the tracks, and then?
They drove like madmen. I guess I must have fainted. When I came to, they were gone. do not know where.
Try to think. It means everything to me.
I was alone in the car in the village when I came to. I tried to drive home, but some officers questioned me. Then you brought me home. I am so glad to be alive. And in such good care.
The Colonel, the shop has been great. Now, if you are quite finished...
Yes, of course, but this is duty. Yes? No trace? Keep searching. They can't be far away. And look for them in the open. Don't waste time looking for them in the out-of-the-way places, for that's where they never go. You can't fool me on that again.
Poor old Dutch. Last I saw of him, he was pouring lead into them heinies, giving us a chance to make a break. Too bad.
A man can't ask a finer way to die than protecting his friends.
Yeah, sure. Dutch always wanted a fancy funeral. And it kind of burns me up we're not going to be able to give it to him.
Listen, somebody's whistling Yankee Doodle. That's the only tune no Nazi would ever whistle. Must be our signal.
Let's take a look. Now be ready to blast if this is a trap.
Follow me at a distance. Someone should stop me, hide until I've gotten rid of them. Then follow me to the hideout.
Come in, gentlemen. I am glad you recognize the signal whistle.
Well, I don't know how to thank you for saving our lives.
I am not sure I have saved them, yes.
Your name is...
I am the Countess Elsa von Brunt.
Well, this is Mr.
I know all the gentlemen from the reports of the German intelligence department.
Oh, you do?
Sit down, please.
Thanks.
Not very luxurious, but safe.
That's a nice hideout.
Thank you. What is the message you have for Hitler?
Oh, you're wise to that, huh?
Naturally. Otherwise, I never would have bothered to get you out of that prison.
It certainly was lucky you happened to be there right in the nick of time.
That was planned. Unfortunately, you moved a little faster than I thought possible. However, you have not answered my question.
My deal with Hitler is strictly on the QT. I'll tell him, nobody else.
I do not believe you have a message.
Oh, now look, Toots. You take me back to my kid days. You don't think you can con me into talking, do you?
Well, you may as well have it straight. I'm against everything that Hitler stands for. If you have anything that will help the Nazis, I am going to see that you never live to deliver it. Is that clear enough?
You know, you remind me of a little gal back home. Betty Paradise. Remember her, Joe? Pretty as a picture. And just as dangerous as a pocket full of loose razor blades. But what a dame, brother. What a dame.
Never mind the compliment. What is your deal?
To rub 'em up.
What?
To rub him out, to bump him off, to kill him.
Impossible. You could never get close enough. He never goes anywhere without his personal bodyguard, the elite guard. Every trick has been tried. No, impossible.
We had a guy just like that back home. Big shot. Armored car, bodyguard, all that stuff. Well, he got in my hair. So I figured out a little message for him. A message that had to be whispered to him. Alone. Well, he fell for it, and that was that. So I figure if I can get close enough to Hitler to whisper to him, nobody will have to worry about him anymore.
You would never have a chance.
Look, sister, have you ever seen a big shot bumped off?
No.
Well, let me tell you something. Everybody goes crazy, absolutely nuts. You have about 10 to 15 minutes before anybody starts to think straight again. Just give me those 10 or 15 minutes and that's all I want.
Although millions share your idea that to kill Hitler would end the war, it is not true. His military leaders would carry on without him. Perhaps even better.
I'm not going to argue that with you. This is strictly business with me. I get a cool $1 million for this job.
Oh, I see.
Well, is it a crime for a guy to make a couple of quarters?
You will be perfectly safe here, but do not leave. Maya will get you anything you want. Good night.
What did I do?
You know, you're quite famous back in England under the name of Rosebud.
I am even more famous in Germany under the same name.
There's a wonderful welcome waiting for you over there from the boys you've helped save.
That is kind of them. But I will have to forego that pleasure. I will never see England again.
But you can't stay on here indefinitely. Sooner or later, they're bound to get wise.
I know.
Well, but that would mean...
I know that, too. Good night, Johnny.
Good night.
Boy, did I have a good night's sleep. That's the first night I've been able to sit back and let somebody else run the joint since I left that good old rock.
Breakfast is ready whenever you are.
I'm ready right now.
Say, will you look at those eggs? I haven't seen eggs like that since we left the States.
I thought you had rationing here.
That's only for the people. Friends of Hitler get the best of everything.
By the way, have you ever met the guy?
20 years ago, I saved his life.
Yeah?
Well, we all make mistakes.
It was in Bavaria. Some drunken students tried to kill him for making a crazy speech. It beat him with broken beer steins and left him for dead. I took him home, sewed up his lip where the broken beer steins had cut it completely through. In my own house, I nursed him back to health. I was a young doctor then, proud of my work. I'm not so proud now.
I should think that would have set you in solid with him for life.
He hates me.
Well, there's a lot of people like that. We can't stand anybody that knew him when.
It is even more childish than that. My operation left a crooked scar on his lip that made him appear to be sneering all the time. He grew his mustache to hide that scar.
I knew a guy in Philly like that. He had a scar. Here, wait a minute. Did you say that Hitler had a scar under that mouser of his?
He raised it to hide that scar.
That's all I want to know. Huh. Baby, these two little fellas are going to live with me from now on. They can bring on their phony Hitlers. I got the password right here in my pocket.
Perhaps not. He may even have been clever enough to put scars on the lips of all his doubles. That's Greta, warning us that someone is coming. Do not speak above a whisper.
Hi, Hitler.
Hi, Linda.
Where is the Countess?
Here I am, darling. So happy you could come.
I have some news for you. Pleasant and unpleasant.
Well, let us have the pleasant news first.
I have discovered, before making the mistake of my life, that these Americans came here to kill our Führer.
Oh, you must be mistaken.
No? Papers found on the man we shot prove that they were commissioned by a wealthy American to come here and murder our Führer for $10 million.
Joe probably added an extra zero onto the million and up to the 10.
News of this has reached our Führer. He has sent orders to have the remaining Americans ready to be executed in his presence when he arrives. Otherwise, thank you. Otherwise, the village is to be punished for harboring anyone with designs upon his life.
Punished? In what way?
A total blood purge.
Oh.
Our Führer wisely has decided to show the world that he can deal out punishment with an even hand. Villages in Germany, villages in occupied countries, all will suffer alike for any attempt against our leadership.
And the women and children?
And their houses burned to the ground.
Women and kids. Just let me get my hands on that Hitler. Just once.
Every house must be searched from top to bottom. I'm sorry, but orders are orders.
Of course.
Inside. Search everywhere, miss nothing, and be quick about it. Go.
I wish we had some more slugs for this thing.
I'd feel better with a Tommy gun. You'll find all kinds of ammunition right here, gentlemen.
Meyer, you fill my heart with joy.
Nothing upstairs, sir.
What are you standing here for, blockhead? Out!
Nothing on this floor, sir.
Out! I have the supreme honor of reporting this house clean.
Thank you.
Now I have to go, for I have many more houses to inspect. But I will see you tonight. Not so?
I have not yet received my official orders to dance for our Führer.
You will very soon. I have ways of knowing. Until tonight, then. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Hello? Just a moment. Captain Kuhn for you.
Good morning, Captain Kuhn.
Heil Hitler. Tonight at 7, a military escort will conduct you from your home to our destination. You will be in readiness. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. I understand perfectly, Captain Kuhn. But how about the music? I would like my regular quartet. Schubermann, Wichtig, Koch, and Niemeyer. You know them. They have worked for us before. Thank you. Heil Hitler. Call the musicians and tell them to report to Captain Kuhn, their passes, and be here at 5 for rehearsal. I have just talked with Colonel Hecht.
Yeah, I heard through the wall.
Then you know.
Yeah, I know. I know that a lot of dames and kids are going to get knocked off if we ain't turned in for something they don't know nothing about.
For some things that would not end the war, even if it should succeed.
Yeah, that's what you think. Where's this Schickelgruber going to be tonight?
His country place is about a mile from here, but you couldn't possibly get near. The roads would be blocked, and there is a high voltage electric fence all around the place.
Well, he's got to get to the joint, don't he? What road's he going to take?
He will fly in order to avoid possible landmines. He has his own special plane, landing field, concealed bomb-proof hangar, separate underground entrance.
They sure go to a lot of trouble, don't they? Just to protect a guy that don't mean nothing to keeping up this war.
I did not say that he meant nothing. I said that to make an attempt on Hitler's life would bring a blood purge on this district that would wipe out hundreds of innocent lives, including all of our loyal German friends. I will not be party to any such attempt.
Who said anything about an attempt? I'll get to the guy. And when I get to him,
It'll be an end to him and all his blood purges. And I ain't kidding, sister.
The subject is closed. Tonight, Meyer will guide you to your next hideout on the way out of Germany. You will be passed from station to station until you are out of the country. That much I will do for you, but no more. I leave you in Meyer's hands. Goodbye, gentlemen. Good luck.
Joe, did you hear what that dame said?
Yeah.
She's gonna double-cross us.
Well, she's right. Why should innocent people be murdered just so you can make $1 million?
I don't care about that $1 million. As far as I'm concerned, you can take that million and stick it right back in the treasury. Right now, the only thing I want to do is put a stop to the killing of dames and kids by knocking over the only guy in the world that's rotten enough to do such a trick. Are you with me?
What do you think? I better start packing your lunch. What would you like?
I ain't hungry. I gotta find a way. Joe, we gotta. We gotta.
What on earth? I left your quartet a little beer to refresh themselves while waiting to rehearse. Do you suppose it could have been too much for them?
No. What is the meaning of this?
Well, we had to crash the party somehow, Countess.
Meyer, where are my musicians?
In the cellar.
Release them instantly.
And have them blab their heads off? Sister, ain't you got no respect for human life? One peep out of those guys and we're dead ducks.
You think you are very clever.
I get by.
Can you play the violin?
Well, I never tried, but I think maybe if I... Look, sister, I can play a very fine tune on one of these little things. And if you don't think so, you just follow us around tonight.
You will never get by the guards.
These passes we get off the musicians say we will.
You will be recognized.
In these monkey suits and with these things? Don't make me laugh.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
I have the honor to report that an escort is waiting for the Countess von Brunt and her 4 musicians.
We are ready.
So, excellent. I will take the passes now. Oh. Excellent. You are ready, not so?
We are ready.
Heil Hitler. Here are the passes.
So, and so.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Where is the guard for the landing field?
An hour ago, I ordered them sent.
Nobody there. If the Führer discovers...
Look, never mind. I will go and see about it myself. Passes are authentic. That's all. Let them in and bar the door. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler. Enter. Musicians will take your places and not move for any reason until dismissed.
That is understood.
You are to await commands, perform when ordered, and remain until dismissed.
That is also understood.
You are not to speak to the Führer unless to answer his question, if any.
I know my duty.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Go on, start tuning. That is, if you know how.
I used to play a pretty good hot clarinet in the high school band.
Hitler hates clarinets. Go on, do something before I go out of my mind.
I still consider Beethoven our greatest composer. Remember this wonderful theme in his Fifth Symphony?
Very beautiful, my friend, but that happens to be Brahms. Remember now? Very precisely. That's Beethoven.
Brahms! Why are you?
Let's go over to the musician and ask him.
All right, we'll see who is right.
Bring me this theme of Beethoven's Fifth.
Fifth what?
Fifth Symphony, you blockhead.
Oh, yes, sir. How does it go now?
Here it comes. Yes, there he is. There.
He's coming.
Where?
Right over those trees. Easy, Joe. What's that for?
Asking if it is safe to come in. His guards will signal back. There. He has a signal and is coming in.
He don't take no chances, does he?
Where's his hangar?
Under the garden. He will step from his plane into a private elevator.
It's a sweet-sounding motor job.
Think you can fly it?
I can fly anything that's got wings and half a motor.
You may get a chance to prove that.
Things look a little different since the early days of Munich. Munich, birthplace of the Third Reich, a city destined to live forever in deathless history. There my destiny began. There the new world, my world, sprang from my brain. Munich, city of destiny.
Yeah? Nah, I gotta make sure of something first.
Today Europe, tomorrow the world. Irresistibly the German might will conquer all foes. Russia, England, America, Japan. Japan? With Russia for a base, with the English Navy at my command, with the Americans groveling at my feet, I will take Japan by telephone.
The Russian campaign already has made Napoleon look like a fool.
Napoleon, it is no honor to surpass his silly little pranks. What I have done is nothing. When you hear of my plan for the conquest of America, then you will have the measure of royal greatness.
Of course, we don't dare ask.
Why not? Did I ever try to conceal anything? Did I not publish Mein Kampf? Did I not warn my enemies in advance of every move that I made? And did I not do it in spite of their forewarned knowledge? Didn't I? Didn't I?
Yes, my Führer.
No, let others hide their silly little schemes. I, Hitler, published the fate of the world and will that my orders be carried out wherever the sun rises or sets. America is already shivering in dread of me. Imagine that paying $100 million to kill me. What man before has ever had such a price on his head?
No, mein Führer.
What about the gangsters? I hear that you let them escape.
They will be captured before morning.
I will witness their execution at 9 o'clock promptly in the morning. You will arrange the details.
Yes, mein Führer. Heil Hitler.
Heil. Who are those people over there?
Charming Countess von Brunt and her own orchestra, hoping that perhaps some lovely music and dancing would prove restful.
I will speak with her. Alone.
Stay back, please.
Countess von Brunt, I have seen you before.
Perhaps in the feminine theater in Vienna.
Turn around. You are not properly dressed for dancing.
I'm sorry if my gown doesn't please you.
It does not. There is only one gown for dancing, and it is much less than that. Look. The American gangsters.
Okay, this is it.
There, understand? The American gangsters.
him off or you get the next one.
Stop shooting! Stop shooting!
Make them throw down their guns.
Obey!
You got them pretty well trained, ain't you? If I didn't see it myself, I wouldn't believe guys could be that dumb.
Oh, don't shoot me!
For how much?
Oh, I'll give you anything. I'll give you $500 million.
You'll have to do better than that, Toots.
I'll give you anything. I'll give you
I'll
anything.
bet you would. Johnny, looks like you're going to get a hop in that plane. You take the Countess and see how fast you can get to England. Tell him we got Hitler alive.
Leave you here to take the sock alone? Not this laddie boy.
We are in this together. We will stay.
You listen to me, Toots. You just get to London and start digging with these stooges of his by long distance. Find out how much he's worth to him alive. With you making the deal from over there and me over here with little Tootsie Wootsie right under my finger, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if you could make him call off this war.
Can you hold out till we make contact?
Sure. I'll be at the hideout. It's safe there. They've been looking for the joint for years and haven't found it yet. Besides, you can always reach me there through the regular channels.
Steve, please listen to me.
Now, if I'd listened to you, I wouldn't be here. Now, go on, grab that plane and scram. Have somebody show him where the plane is.
Good, Captain Cone. Do what he says.
All right, kids. Go get your deal made.
Goodbye, Steve.
Goodbye, baby.
So long, Steve. Good luck.
Not Joe.
He's dead.
He was a nice guy. Cookie, you and me are going to have plenty to talk about when we're by ourselves. Have somebody open that front door and bring around a car for a fast getaway. Hear me?
Do what he says. Do it. Do it.
Hold it. Oh, if anything slips here, this guy's going to get turned into a mess of dog meat. And not very good dog meat at that. Do you get it?
Obey him. For my life, obey him.
I will come.
Signaling the victory call.
He ain't kidding.
Hi, Hitler. The car is waiting and the gate is open.
Okay. You monkeys line up over there with your faces against that wall. Maya, can you drive a car?
Of course I can.
That's swell. We're gonna be one little happy family. Let's get out of here. So long, Joe. Thanks, kid.
Emergency. Colonel Hest speaking. Get me the Gestapo chief immediately. Immediately! Immediately!
Why don't you take me down here? No! No! No!
The musicians got away.
Oh, I can see that for myself, Toots.
They tell everybody.
So what? We still got little drizzlepuss here to keep them in line?
No.
Or have we? I think we better find out. Come here.
No! What are you going to do?
What am I going to do?
No!
I'm going to give you a quick once-over, baby. Looky here. What I've got for you.
No, please! Please! No!
Yeah.
Don't kill me! No! Masks.
Now, Meyer, is that your man?
That's not a man. That is Schickergruber. Remember that night when I saved your life?
Meyer! Save my life again! I give you anything in my domain!
I want nothing from you.
Oh, but I do. I want a little souvenir for myself.
No, please, please don't! Don't kill me! No!
Hey, Meyer, keep him comfortable. I'll get the shortwave going. We might hear from the kids.
He's over there. You'll get bumped.
Is there any other way out of here, Meyer?
Oh, that's the only one.
carries on is our Führer. Shoot these people! Silence! Speak when you are spoken to. But I am your Führer! Silence! For the last time, where is our Führer? I don't know. He got away. I knew it. Nothing can stop him. He's pure genius. But I am Hitler. I am Hitler. You have spoken your own death warrant. Meyer, tell him about my lip. Tell him, Meyer. Outside. Oh, please. Oh, somebody listen to me, please. No! No! Halt! Put them over there against the wall. I'll take pleasure of doing this myself. I don't want to die! To think that Germany could produce a piece of filth like you? My sentiments exactly. Don't be scared, honey. It won't last but a minute.
We are not afraid. Our destiny is fulfilled. We are content to rest. Don't be frightened, my dear.
No. We'll be together as always.
Kids! Brave guys, ain't they?
Our leader. His blood purges mean everybody.
War among men is one thing. But when it comes to butchering kids, there ain't a guy in the world, I don't care who he is, that'll stop fighting for 1 minute till this rotten breed of Nazis is wiped clear off the face of the earth. They're Vorwärts against the wall! So the Countess was right. I made a flop. Maybe it ain't Hitler, but it's the rest of you birds. I ain't gonna be here to get you. But, brother, somebody will. Somebody will. The only thing that burns me up is that... He... gonna be able to help.
And so Steve died, voicing in his own crude way the convictions of millions of us. Yes, gentlemen, your guess was correct. That plane you saw this afternoon was the beginning of Steve's $1 million monument for a great service greatly performed.
But if Hitler's dead, who's this we hear about all the time in Hitler's place?
Who knows? Who cares? What difference does it make whether they're led by a Kaiser or a Crown Prince or a Hitler? The important thing now is to make sure that they'll never muster enough strength to bring terror and death into the lives of peaceful people. I tell you, Steve is right. We must never rest until the Nazi warlords and all the things they represent are scraped off the face of the earth. We owe that much to humanity. And not least, to the honest Germans, to the Elsers and the Meyers and the thousands like them who have been working and dying in secret for world freedom. Now I wonder if you're willing to do your part.
Sure, anything.
I want you to tell the world how wrong I was in thinking that by killing Hitler I would end war. Our enemies are the warlords and their followers, not just one person or one group. We must shatter the male fist forever and silence their cry of blood and iron with blood and iron.
I think it's a swell idea. So do I. Steve Mashik. He was sure a great guy, wasn't he?
A great man. A great American.